up your heart, what do you feel? Open up your heart, what do you feel? Is it real? Yeah. The Big Bang may be a million years away, oh, but I can't think of a better time to say, well, hold on. Instead of messing with our future, open up inside. Well, hold on. One day you will have to answer to the children of the sky. Children of the sky. Look inside, you find a deeper love. The kind that only comes from high above. If you ever meet your inner child, don't cry, no, no. Tell them everything is gonna be alright. Well, hold on, come on. Everybody in the universe, well, hold on. One day you will have to answer to the children of the sky. Children of the sky. Alright. Love, don't take no for an answer, no, no. Alright, right here, spread love. Everybody join together now. One voice, one heart, love and unity. Everybody say, well, hold on.
It's everywhere I look, from Las Vegas to right here, under your dresser, right by your ear. It's creeping in sweetly, it's definitely here. There's nothing more deadly than a slow-growing fear. Life was full and fruitful and you could take a real bite. The juice pouring well over your skin's delight. But the shadow it grows and takes the depth away, leaving broken down pieces to this priceless ballet. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the fade out line. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the deeper down. If we build all those bridges, don't watch them thin down to dust, or blow them voluntarily out of constant trust. The clock is ticking, its last couple of clocks, and there won't be a party with the weather in front. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the fade out line. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows. We're sliding without noticing our own decline. Heading deep down, we're hanging on to sweet nothing's left behind. Deeper down. Deeper down. Deeper down. Deeper down. Down, deeper down. If we build all those bridges to watch them thin down to dust, or blow them voluntarily out of constant trust. The clock is ticking, its last couple of clocks, and there won't be a party with weather in front. If we build all those bridges to watch them thin down to dust, or blow them voluntarily out of constant trust. The clock is ticking, its last couple of clocks, and there won't be a party with weather in front. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the fade out line. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the fade out line. We are all plunging straight towards our own decline. Without noticing, we slide down, deeper down. The shadow grows without ever slowing down. We are heading straight into the fade out line. Deeper down.
You were right. I know I can't get enough of you. Leave it all to bloom. You were right. I know I can't get enough of you. No, the things that I would do under the water. I'm sinking further down, floating on nothing. I'm nothing. Arms are wide open. I'm calling out your name, sitting here waiting. I'm waiting. You were right. I know I can't get enough of you. You were right. I know I can't get enough of you. Leave it all to bloom. You were right. I know I can't get enough of you. The things that I would do. Cold in the river, lips moving, there's no sound. Pulling me under, I'm under. You're giving me nothing. You keep telling me
Alrighty.
keeping me
Hi, everybody. Test, test, test. 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hello. No. All right. Okay, had my first day of social work in the field. Let's go. Congratulations. My mother was a social worker. I know how demanding that career can be, so best of luck. Charlotte, thank you for the prime. Mothman on meth, thank you for the 8 months. Trapcom, thank you for the 20 months. Carly, thank you for the 6 months. Olivia, thank you for the 33. I graduate my PhD this weekend. Okay, Dr. Gummy Bears. Dr. Gummy Bears. Happy Can, may we be blessed with good reactions to films we won't see for another 4 to 10 months over the next 2 weeks. Yes, can we please not have any Amelia Perez trash? Like, let's not give terrible films all these awards that then we have to hear about how they're gonna win all these Oscars. Oh, the best films of the year are already shaping up at Cannes. Silly. You're live early. Yeah, wait, what time is it? 5:44? Well, I like to say that I go live between it's like 5:30 to 6:30. Usually average around 6. But yeah, to give myself that window. So Julia, thank you for the 32 months. I woke up this morning to do stupid Fear and then these idiots did not get their schedules correct. Mind you, I was asked at the 11th hour because of course they didn't have anything planned for their 200th episode. Hassan even said you were wrong and they don't listen. That bitch. They sent me, I will say, an edible arrangement because I was pissed. The only person, and I'm not saying this because I'm biased. Now I'm going to start drama. Hassan is a liar. Hassan does not read text messages. So everyone else was like, hey, let's do this. Let's have Caroline on. And I said, great. Since you guys are asking me at 11 o'clock at night, I'm not going to show up at 8 or 9 or whatever fuck ass hour in the morning. I would like to do this time. As the guest, I'm requesting this. And everyone else said yes. Everyone said yes. Hassan in the morning said, sounds good. Did not read the text messages. So then he's like, I thought we were doing it at 9. Hey, fuck my Chungus life. And then we all told him how much we hate him. So then I don't know. It was such a fucking mess. This is like so typical. This is so typical. And as much as I had promised Cutie that I would help out, I went, I'm not dealing with this. Sounds like you're condemning Hassan Piker. I am for real this time. I mean it. So I did make a promise to Cutie that I would help out with things while she is taking care of herself, but I could not deal with it. And then they were like, can we do 5 o'clock? I said, no, I have things. that I have to do. So I was pissed because I woke up and then this scheduling fiasco thing happened. So then they sent me an edible arrangement, but they accidentally sent it to the wrong place. Which is so funny. But anyway, it's fine. I just told them, I was like, you guys, get it together. Do these people function day to day? They don't. But I guess, okay. I guess the one thing I would say in defense, which no defense, but the one thing I would say in defense is they just filmed an episode 2 days ago and then they were filming it today. And the problem is that nobody reads the messages in the group. They'll just read the last message and go, sounds good. And how they'll have missed 30 messages prior to that. So then it causes all this confusion. In defense of them, but not really. I know, but I did post this yesterday and I tagged the wrong Will, which is very funny. It's very funny that I accidentally tagged the wrong Will, but I posted this. I was like, this is you idiots. This is you guys. This is Will Neff, Austin Show, and Hassan. Pike her. More like pike him. Yeah. Just dudes being dudes. Dudes being dudes. It's funny too because they all yell at each other about things that more than one person is guilty of. Like, this is a line that Austin Show said. He goes, we have to all agree to read the messages in the chat. We have to come to an agreement that we are all going to pledge to read the messages. The Will Neff you tagged is probably I know. I'm so sorry to this other Will Neff, which is funny because I just clicked on his profile and he's followed by Lord Spew. So I think Lord Spew thinks that this is Will Neff. Unless Lord Spew happens to have 2 different friends named Will Neff, but I don't think so. But look, okay, I forgot it's the Will Neff. Double Neff. So anyway, I got up early and then did not do this. They actually need someone else in charge of their calendars and coordination. Well, what would make the most sense, they're the only podcast I know that does not have a set day, or at least a day that they try their best to stick to. And I think for a second, for like literally a second, they had that. But then, you know, obviously I get that people's schedules are all over the place, but it is madness. Could not be me. Cutie had them on one for a while and then she went to Utah or something and it all fell apart. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure y'all did Thursdays for a second there, but I don't know. Is a consistent schedule of the pod seems like it'd be ideal for that crew. Yeah, and to be fair, Hassan is literally always going somewhere, so I get that things are chaotic. But anyway, my edible arrangement is sitting in the refrigerator. To be fair, you guys, yes, and we're going to EDC this week, but it's a rarity. It's a rarity that we go out of town and do something. So you didn't do I did not do the pod. No, it's the 3 of them who are filming it right now because I had things that I had to do. So I was like, I'm not going to do that time. Plus, I did not want to be super late to my stream. I was like, I have my own obligations. Are you going with Christian? So Christian is going for a day. He's going to experience his first EDC, which is very exciting. But we have said everybody when we're at EDC, we don't communicate with the outside world. The outside world being Austin Shell. Once we are there, we are present. There's not great service anyway. Like, I truly have my phone just for meetup purposes, but that's it. You are taking a break. You are being present. You are immersing yourself in Plur. Kid Chrono, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Thank you. I appreciate that. Indeby, thank you for the 41 months. Austin, oh God, it's Austin. Oh my God. My goodness. Is this because I had to deal with so much shit this morning? Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Because Lord knows. Lord knows. A little bit of organization goes a long way. Loaf Bats, thank you for the 25 gifteds. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Loaf Bats. I always wonder how y'all come up with your usernames. Like, I'm just Caroline Kwan. Nothing special there. Government name. A loaf bat. Is that like a loaf of bread, but a bat? Mine is my job. Marat's butler. Oh. Well, you have your hands full. Oh, yours is Crump. Yeah, some of you whose real names. Very interesting. Very interesting. Real government names. Mine's based off osmosis. Horchata. I see. Mine is an alter ego I created. I think that's fun. I mean, I think a lot of people, it's like screen names when we were all on AIM. Well, some of us. When some of us were on AIM. And it's like, sometimes it's just whatever you think of. And then later you go, why was that my name? Why is that what I picked? That's how Cutie feels about her name. She's like, I regret my name. My mom named me this, Meme Shart 69. Oh, it's beautiful. Little beautiful baby Meme Shart 69. I was born with this name. Night Hawks, thank you for the 9 months. Brew Balls, thank you for the 4 months. There she is again. That's right. There she is. My nickname on stream used to be Sert Mert, which is descriptive and means hard mert in Turkish. What is hard mert? Mine used to be home and not house. In this home, nope, in this house. Mert is my, oh, okay, I see. I think my name sounds cool as hell. Grandma's Grandmaster Crack McNasty. Grandma. That's like when people type who remembers, #who remembers, and my brain cannot read it as anything other than whore members. Every time I see it, I'm like, whore members. Are you going to watch Maya's TED Talk on stream? We are going to watch Maya's TED Talk on stream. Yes, I've been legitimately anticipating this TED Talk. Maya Higa making history as the first Twitch streamer to give a TED Talk, not a TEDx. Not a TEDx, a TED Talk. Big time. That's the Waitian part of stream. Ooh, Yeah, no, but we are going to talk about WASIANS because everybody's talking about WASIANS right now. And I went, well, I do think I probably need to jump in on this discourse. You know what? Okay, obviously we'll have a longer discussion on it and there's a lot to be said, but I think overall the thing I say all the time is like be normal about things. When you start acting weird, it gets weird. And there are certainly people who get really weird about being Asian. That's kind of, honestly, I think if I were to have one line for pretty much most discourse that we discourse on, it's please be normal. Be normal. Because when you start not being normal, it makes it not normal. Have you seen this? Chris Brown getting cooked? Yeah, as he deserves. This album is a real piece of shit. You know, sometimes you just have to say it exactly like that. This album's a real piece of shit. Piece of shit artist, piece of shit album. Yeah, all my homies hate Chris Brown. And if you don't hate Chris Brown, get with it. Get with it. Grace Helbig nailed the AI feminism satire. Yeah, let me save this. Oh my God. Oh, are you kidding me? No, again? What am I, a monkey putting puzzle piece? No, I'm done. I am a bot. I am bot. Okay, let me save that for when we do discuss AI because that is a part of the can discussion. Okay, let's start off with watching something good, which is Maya's TED Talk, the wildlife sanctuary you can visit from anywhere. Maya Higa. I will say what I've said before. Maya is one of the best things about live streaming, about Twitch as a platform. And it's good to see this kind of positive attention and positive press because Lord knows it's usually not positive. It's usually like, what's the latest crime that Clavicular has committed? Or, you know, like live streaming being mentioned in relation to a murder. I'm like, yeah, it's really terrible out here. So it's great to have something good. It really is. Great PR for Twitch. And a reminder that live streaming can serve as a really important tool in this ever evolving, but also like ever constant in its communication world that we live in this modern world of ours where everybody is online and it makes, you know, us connected, but also very disconnected. And I think platforms, social media platforms and live streaming gets a pretty bad rep for legitimate reasons, but there are good things that can be done with this platform.
So my mission is to use the internet to build our next generation of conservationists. And I have not been doing this for all that long. Okay, I was born in 1998, so I will get that out of the way right off the bat. But I'll tell you guys how I got started.
Maya! That didn't need to be said.
So I grew up on a farm, and I always loved animals. So we had rabbits and horses and chickens, and you name it, we had it, and I loved it. So then when I was 18 and in college, naturally, I got a job.
At least she's born in the 90s.
As a zookeeper. So I'd put on the safari outfit, and I would bring animals like kangaroos and lemurs to schools and birthday parties to teach kids about wildlife.
Okay, but all that aside, it is remarkable what she has accomplished as a 27-year-old, 27, 28.
Pretty cool job. It was really awesome. So then one night after work, I met some friends online who were live streaming themselves playing video games on Twitch. And I had no idea what that meant. But I learned that I could broadcast myself live on this website doing whatever I wanted. So I could cook, or I could sing, or I could play video games. And if people enjoyed watching it, they would send me tips, so cash, like actual real money. And as a college student, that's pretty freaking sweet. So I started streaming to about 10 viewers at a time almost every day.
Oh my God.
Then one night after one of
Gracious
these
Mike,
live
thank you for
streams,
the
I got a
45
call
months.
from a zookeeper friend about this red-tailed hawk who had been hit by a car and he needed help. So we brought Bean, that's what we called him, home to my college house, and I started to rehabilitate him in my backyard. So then one night I'm live streaming, I'm cooking, I'm talking about this new hawk in my backyard, and one of my viewers didn't believe me. They didn't believe that I had a bird in my backyard.
They said Pixar
And
didn't
I could not
happen.
have that. So I put my falconry glove on and I brought the bird inside to show them, of course, because I have a problem. And one of the people watching this stream made a short video of this moment and they shared it on Reddit and it went viral. So my viewership shot up overnight and I started live streaming Bean's rehabilitation process. So I'd call him from his perch to my glove, and the people watching my streams started
I'm
becoming
just laughing at all the Twitch emotes.
as invested as I was in his recovery. It was like they were doing it with me, sort of, which was the coolest thing that I've ever done. And then eventually, because I was reaching so many people with Bean's story, the zoo that I worked at started allowing me to bring animals like cockatoos and reptiles home to present on my live stream. So suddenly, somehow, I had turned this zoo outreach job that I had into a work-from-home situation, right? Which is awesome. But instead of reaching 20 kids at a time in a classroom, I was reaching thousands of people at a time, all over the world. So this was when it really clicked for me, right? I wanted to do this for the rest of my life, but I wanted to do it at a much, much larger scale. So then 2 years later, at 22 years old, I came up with a plan, and the vision was to build an animal sanctuary that nobody visits, or at least not in person. So we would rescue animals and build huge animal enclosures, and
Amazing.
we would live stream conservation education programs online, so people could fall in love with our animals the way that they fell in love with Bean, that bird. Our animals would be able to reach millions and millions of people without having to meet a single one of them in person. And then, of course, I would fundraise all of the capital to do all of these things and build this entire facility in one single live stream, which is the craziest idea that I've ever had. But this is crazier. It worked somehow. So I'm live streaming one day, and there's some, oh, thank you. Whoa. I'll take the applause. Thank you so much. So I'm live streaming one day, and someone in my live chat said, Maya, if we raise $500,000, would you shave your head on stream? And I said, yeah, duh. Because who wouldn't do that? Who in their right mind wouldn't do that? Apparently that was pretty motivating though, because over the course of a 21-hour-long live stream, we fundraised $573,000 to build the sanctuary. So I bought some land in Austin, Texas, started building animal enclosures, and I started growing my hair back. And that takes about 2 years, in case anyone was curious. And these screens are huge. That is a huge picture of me bald in front of a lot of people. Okay, so next up was rescuing animals. Okay, so Appa and Momo are marmosets. They're these very tiny, very, very charming New World monkeys. Someone originally bought them as pets online, but then after years of inadequate care, they were brought to us for rehabilitation. So they now live at Alveus to help teach people about the exploitation of primates in the pet trade and about the importance of conserving their rainforest habitats too. They also have a little iPad to play games on now. It's very, very cute. Finn is an American red fox who was confiscated from the illegal pet trade in California. So he and his best friend Reed now live at Alveus to help teach people about the nightmare that is the fur trade. helping to build a new generation of fur-free consumers. Then there's Winnie the Moo.
My favorite girl.
She's a cow. She was rescued from a beef operation in Oklahoma. She lives at Alveus to help teach people about commercial agriculture and how it impacts animal welfare
diva.
and our planet. One way that viewers can support the sanctuary is by feeding Winnie treats. So a $5 donation made online results in treats being dispensed via this automated feeder. To date, that treat feeder has generated over $38,000 in funding for the sanctuary. Isn't that crazy? It's a lot of treats.
Winnie's the goat.
She's a very
in
happy
parentheses, cow.
Since 2019, through live streaming, I have raised over $7.5 million for conservation causes across the globe.
That is unbelievable.
In 2025 alone, we reached over 250 million people with conservation education online. It's over 10 million classrooms, just like the ones that I was bringing zoo animals to in college, just in the last year. Alveus is now home to rescued parrots and emus and monkeys and wolf dogs and more, and we have those 36 cameras that are live streaming them 24 hours a day. But the beautiful thing about these live cameras is our animals are all blissfully unaware of the thousands of eyes on them at any given time. Not being open to the public means that our animals are less stressed by the unpredictable factors that come with people visiting, right? It also means that we've never had to divert any of our funding to guest experiences, like gift shops and concession stands and parking lots. But one of the most positive benefits is we've developed one of the most accessible zoo models in the world. Anyone with an internet connection can visit our animals for free from their device from anywhere on the planet, and they do. Our online demographic, our online community, they range from about 17 to 28 years old. We are our nation's new voters, new consumers, and up-and-coming decision makers. We hold the future of this planet in our hands. But most of our online community didn't even join with an interest in environmentalism at all. They are just normal people, internet users who stumbled across our content in one of their many, many feeds. Alveus Sanctuary brings conservation to young people largely by meeting them where they already are, which is on social media. But before social media, TV programming was establishing the best examples of conservationists, right? Heroes like Steve Irwin and David Attenborough.
David Attenborough. Still alive.
These are obviously some of my personal heroes, probably some of yours as well, as they should be. These guys rock, right? But for most of us, it can be really hard to see ourselves in such legends. It leaves us feeling like that work is just a far-off dream that only other people achieve. But at Alveus, that dream doesn't feel so far off. For our viewers, Alveus is a dream that one of them achieved from within a space that they're already a part of. And they get to be a part of it all live. So we're just getting started. Our next step is taking this Alveus approach to the wild. We're building a new facility where we're going to breed endangered species at Alveus for reintroduction and release into the wild. We're starting with the recovery of critically endangered wolves. Our sincere hope is that people will fall in love with these wolves the way that they fell in love with Bean, that bird from college. We hope that they'll care really deeply about these individuals and then, in turn, about the wild places that we return them to.
Who is this lady talking? This is Maya Higa. She's a streamer. She is my friend. She is an animal conservationist. And she founded and continues to run Alveus Sanctuary. And that is what she's talking about now. She's talking about her journey from being a college student, discovering Twitch, to now having this amazing sanctuary where they rescue animals, they educate, they are in the business of conservation.
Millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of brand new conservationists fighting for wildlife and wild places, all doing it from their homes. So my mission is to use the internet to build our next generation of conservationists. And I think it's working. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Wow, standing ovation! That's amazing. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to go to that. Sorry, John Oliver. Let me link this for you guys. Jelmer, thank you for the 23 months. She did an amazing job. And let me just say, simply because one streams on Twitch does not make one a natural public speaker. So she did an amazing job. And I just want to point out that not everyone who's a streamer has the ability to speak publicly. It is a skill set of its own. It is not, especially it's something as big as this. Ted. This is Ted. And she really did an amazing job. She mentioned on stream how she just treated it like talking to chat. Yeah, because you're giving a speech, but you don't want it to feel like a speech. It's a talk, but you don't want it to feel too stilted, too perfect, too, I don't know, kind of robotic, which she did not at all. She did a really, really great job. Some streamers can't even speak on stream. That is true. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to Alveus. Georgie, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, so if you are not familiar, but you are interested in learning more, I will direct you to Alveus's Twitch page where they have cameras running 24/7. Nat Geo shouted her out in the comments. Let me see. Congratulations, Maya. Congratulations, Maya. We're so inspired by all the work you do. Throw that a like. What would you do a TED Talk about if thrust on the stage right now? I would talk about how Charles Melton should have been nominated for an Oscar. CL30, thank you for the gifted. Tigo, thank you for the gifted. Euphoric Acoustic, thank you for the 25 months. I would talk about, yes, I would talk about the importance of ballet and opera. That is what I would talk about. I would say, Timmy Chalamet, don't ever speak again. Barbiche, thank you for the 3 months. If I were to give a TED Talk, I think I would talk about something like pink pilling, something in that world. Or I would talk about the intersection of pop culture and politics, you know, kind of stuff I talk about all the time. I think I would literally just talk about the shit that I talk about all the time. Talk about your journey to get to go to the Oscars, right? Sarah Love, thank you for the 25 months. A golden Kappa train. Wow. I never thought it would happen to me. Really appreciate your video on pink pilling, by the way. People look at me like I have 10 heads when I bring it up because it's something that not enough people are talking about because it involves women. And that is why I'm trying to draw the focus to this kind of radicalizing and how pop culture is on the internet, something that is unfortunately very dominated by right-wing ideology, whether it is explicit or not. And even for a lot of pop culture prior to the explosion of social media platforms as we use them today, a lot of pop culture was very snarky, very misogynistic, very harmful, perpetuating harmful stereotypes and standards and bigotries. And so this has been something that, you know, I remember when I was growing up, seeing the covers of magazines, seeing the way that the media talked about women. That was ingrained in me at a very young age. Is pink pilling a lady version of red pilling? Yes, pink pilling. Pink pilling specifically is about how women are radicalized, and the internet is a tool for that. The internet alone does not take someone down that far right path, but it's a very important tool. And there are, of course, there are commonalities between red pilling and pink pilling, you know, all around far right radicalization, but there's also specifics to the way that women are radicalized and how there are a lot of spaces online that are more there's more opportunity for women to create content in them. And I think too, because people typically kind of ignore women's interests, don't take them seriously, don't really pay attention much to what is going on with women. It's something that has been underreported and just kind of generally not in the public discourse in the way that the manosphere and red pilling. And there are a lot of people who are very familiar with incel language now. In fact, kind of to a dangerous degree, incel language being normalized and mainstreamed. But yeah. I tried watching Boston Legal during the pandemic. It's so sexually assault-based humor. Oh, I mean, that's very par for the course for a lot of media. You know, even going back and watching a lot of shows that I used to love, I'm like, ooh. Not going to lie, this is my first stream. I feel like this is a great intro explanation. Whoa, welcome in. Happy to have you here. JJ, thank you for the 14 months. Your Nerve, thank you for the bits. Hello, thank you for the bits. Kaleidoscopies, thank you for the 3 months. House of Phobia, thank you for the gifted. Poor Man, thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, so that's what I'm all about. I like to approach politics and the discussion of ideas through the lens of pop culture. And welcome to my TED Talk. Uncle Trudeau, thank you for the 35. Orca, thank you for the gifted. Andrians, thank you for the 9 months. All right, so here's what I have for today. Mostly we have Cannes Film Festival, which is kicked off. And of course, there are moments from the opening that, I mean, it's kind of just how it's been for the last couple of years now with these film festivals, where it's talk about AI, it's talk about politics and art, talk about Gaza and other, real world, real world things that are not divorced from film festivals and from the industries that create art that is then presented at these festivals. So I'd like to talk about Cannes. I'd also like to talk about what's going on in France with the billionaire takeover of media and entertainment. Does that sound familiar? Are they just trying to be us? Is France trying to be us? Like, get your own thing, all right? That's what we do here in America. But yeah, there's big protests that are happening. A lot of French professionals who are trying to ring the alarm bells. Similarly here in the United States with the Ellisons and what's happening in media and entertainment. So unoriginal, I know. And then we're going to talk about WASIANS. We're going to talk about all the discourse on WASIANS. Okay, kind of a big thought of experiment. Do you view patriarchy as a byproduct of capitalism or capitalism a product of a patriarchal society? I believe it's the former, but anytime I suggest that. So patriarchy existed prior to our modern capitalist system, but these two oppressive systems work hand in hand. So today, to talk about something such as misogyny and sexism, tenets of a patriarchal society, you also have to discuss how capitalism incentivizes and enables those things. And so when say people want to focus on no war but class war, meaning the thing to focus on is the war between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, those who own the means of production versus those who don't, the wealthy versus the not wealthy. Sometimes people like to pretend that cultural and social bigotries are so secondary to class issues that we shouldn't talk about them at all, ignoring the modern intersection of all of this. And you just can't talk about one without talking about the other, and how women are exploited as a part of the working class like everyone else, but also women exploited as part of the gendered exploitation that occurs in a patriarchal society. I've always considered patriarchy, capitalism, white supremacy as the big three that are all responsible for basically everything bad. Yeah. So I would say, I would say when you talk about the exploitation that happens under a capitalist system, you can't do so without weaving in how patriarchy serves as a pillar of that system, and how there's a lot of examples I could use here, but like girl boss feminism. Girl boss feminism is not real feminism because it is feminism for white, wealthy, elite women. Thus, you bring in white supremacy, you bring in class, and girl boss feminism is the type of feminism under capitalism where it is superficial in addressing misogyny and sexism under patriarchy, exploitation of women, but not talking about exploitation of women in the working class. It's more of like, we don't have enough female CEOs. We don't have enough women at the table. We have a glass ceiling. We need more women in positions of power because that is what will that is what will lead to equality for women, when that's not true. But also that even white women and even white women who are of a higher class do experience sexism and misogyny. Examples include women like Blake Lively and Amber Heard, which I have discussed those cases thoroughly. And so anyway, all of this has to be a part of the conversation, but there are people who wish to pretend that it's like acknowledging patriarchy, but considering it to be so secondary to capitalism rather than intertwined with capitalism. Nancy Fraser is a great feminist, anti-capitalist philosopher who talks about this topic. How feminism became capitalism's handmaiden and how to claim it. Yes, to be a true feminist, you have to be an anti-capitalist. And being an anti-capitalist, being a person who believes in destroying the billionaire class and destroying the for-profit capitalist system that exploits so many people across the globe, you can't ignore then the further marginalization due to the intersection of race and gender, because somebody who lives in a country like the United States of America, right, a white working class person in the United States of America does not have the same lived experience as a working class person in the global South. And so that is why intersection is required. Do you watch videos from More Perfect Union? They have an interesting video about how millennials were raised to be girl bosses while Gen Z is being raised to be tradwives. Yes, I do watch More Perfect Union. I don't know if I've watched that one, but I feel like we've talked about that. Okay, I want to start off by talking about Cannes Film Festival. So let's see what's going on there. Also, thank you for all the bits. Critical, thank you for the gifted. Dee Dee, thank you for the gifted. Cab Calloway, thank you for the 19 months. Kusi, thank you for the 30 months. Hogan, thank you for another gifted. Least Material, thank you for the gifted. EP, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Andrians, thank you for the 9 months. Okay. All right. Okay. Fun Cannes review. Yes. So this is a Cannes Film Festival that does not have any American films, which is interesting. It is definitely much more of it's much more of an international film festival, or sorry, no Hollywood films, but there are 2 American films. International Film Festival minus Hollywood this year. I have a hard time with leftists who only gain their perspective from male theologians, but won't broach someone like Gerda Lerner. Yeah. I mean, if you are only consuming theory from men, if you are only learning from the male perspective, and if you're only learning from the white male perspective, you are limiting your broad understanding. Scorpio, thank you for the 7 months. Behemoth, thank you for the 3. All right, 23 movies we're excited about at Cannes Film Festival 2026. Word is already high on James Gray's Paper Tiger, which I have read about, and I'm excited for that one. Yeah, so a lot of exciting international films on the docket, and they also changed the Oscar rules. So now a country, my understanding is that a film can still be submitted from a country even if it's not the formal submission. So in the category of international feature, it's always been that countries submit one film. And so it has led to issues in the past when there are better films that are not the ones being submitted because they're not, I don't know, for whatever reason, they're not the chosen selection of that country. So now the best international feature contenders do not have to be submitted by a country in order to end up in the category. My queen, Sandra Hüller. Is 2026 the year Sandra Hüller? Shouldn't every year be? Yes. Every year should be the year of Sandra Hüller. Does this year's Cannes belong to Léa Seydoux? Maybe. Okay. This is Paper Tiger. This is the one starring Adam Driver and Miles Teller. Then it's a neon film, and it's about 2 brothers who get entangled in a Russian mafia scheme that leads to betrayal and family crisis. So this is already there's already noise around this film. So pay attention to that one. And then Teenage Sex and Death at Camp Miasma is one I have talked about. This is directed by Jane Schoenbrunn, who did I Saw the TV Glow, and it stars one of my favorite truth tellers in Hollywood, Hannah Einbinder, and one of my faves who I think needs to book so much more work than she does, Gillian Anderson. And this is one of these films that is made for me. I'm so excited for this. It will release in North America starting on August 7th. So I'm looking forward to that one. And then the screenwriter of Anatomy of a Fall has another film, The Unknown. It is a body-switching French fantasy starring Léa Seydoux. Maybe it is the year of Léa Seydoux. Maybe. Okay, so let's look at some moments from the Cannes jury.
And Monsieur le Président Park Chan-wook.
Park Chan-wook! We love Park Chan-wook.
To ask you to be a member of the jury, what was your initial feeling?
I said, finally. Was my first reaction. And I was so relieved because I didn't die before I got the invite. So thank you very much for this invite.
I was very excited, and
Stellan.
especially when I heard it was, it's going to be Director Park, whose work I've admired for so long. So I'm taking this almost as coming to a master class as well, to be able to work under him.
Aujourd'hui, vous avez un univers, un imaginaire, vous avez une carrière, des années, vous écrivez des histoires, vous les fabriquez, vous les...
I mean, I feel extremely fortunate. Prior, I had only ever attended the Cannes Film Festival once, and that was only as someone's plus one. And
So then why did you go
be sitting here
to
today?
Why did you go to the White Lady AI brunch? Why?
I am really, really tremendously honored.
You see so much kind of violence and systematic violence, genocide in Gaza and all these terrible disputes. So the idea of coming to a festival, which is a celebration, of diversity, imagination, tenderness, when there's such vulgar, vicious, systematic violence, everything's two-dimensional. And the idea of attending a festival.
This is Paul Laverty. He is an Irish-Scottish screenwriter who is known for his long-time collaborative partnership with British filmmaker Ken Loach.
Where there'll be contradiction and nuance and beauty and inspiration. It knocked me out, to be honest.
정치적인 주장을 담고 있다고 해서 그것이 예술의 적이라고 인식되어서도 안 됩니다.
Just because a work of art has a political statement, it should not be considered an enemy of art.
그렇다고 또
What? I don't know if you could be saying that at an international film festival. I don't know if you got the memo, but the memo is that we should keep politics separate from art.
적으로 경청할 만한 주장을
Whoa.
담고 있지 않다고 해서 그런 영화를 배제해서도 안 된다고 생각합니다.
At the same time, just because a film is not making a political statement, that film should not be ignored.
아무리 우리가 훌륭한 정치적인 주장을 말하고 싶어도 그것이 예술적으로 탁월하게 성취되지 않는다면 그것은 그냥 프로파간다에 불과하겠죠.
Even if we are to make a brilliant political statement, if it's not expressed artfully enough, it would just be propaganda.
그래서
End this woke shit. The concept of saying end this woke shit regarding the Cannes Film Festival jury with jury president Park Chan-wook. You know what? So true. End this woke shit. I'm so over it. Just give us good movies again, brother. Tired of this woke shit. Two Bass, thank you. Yes, thank you so much. I personally am tired of woke shit when it comes to art and the celebration of art.
결국 제가 드리고 싶은 말씀은 예술과 정치는 대립하는 개념이 아니고 그것이 예술.
And if you hate woke shit, you should watch No Other Choice, which was Park Chan-wook's film from last year that was 100% ignored by the Oscars, and that's because it's anti-woke shit. And unfortunately, Hollywood has gone so woke. Hollywood, with all its woke libs, ignored No Other Choice, Park Chan-wook's film, because it is anti-woke.
적으로 잘 주장된다면 그것은 경청할 만한 가치가 있다라는 것입니다.
So what I want to say is that art and politics are not concepts that are in conflict with each other. As long as they're artistically expressed, they are valuable.
He said, make a good movie. He said, make good art.
In here 2 years ago with this powerful statement, this movie, very powerful.
I would hope not. I think part of art is about expression. So if we start censoring ourselves, then I think we shut down the very core of our creativity, which is, I think, where we can discover truth and answers.
Do you think film festivals are sort of a last stand for reclaiming that poetic side?
I also am very political, and I think that we need to take a political position. And I
do feel like these. I do feel like after the fiasco that was Berlin Film Festival, and now this is not in defense of Berlin, but Berlin was not the only festival to produce terrible answers from journalists regarding the state of current global political situation. But Berlinale definitely kept making headlines because they really kept digging themselves into a hole. And the responses that came from jury members out of Berlinale were some of the worst. It was like they were trying so desperately to not address the question of Palestine that it turned into an actually politics should be separate from art.
I hope that the cinema gets diverse and that not just rich people do cinema.
Kaiser Roll, thank you for the 5 months.
I represent that, and I hope that we can push that more in the future.
And also, it's been almost 3 years of genocide, 3 years at international film festivals where these kinds of questions are brought up by journalists. So yeah, what was absurd also about Berlinale and also, last year at Cannes Film Festival, I think it was Juliette Binoche and Alexander Payne, who clearly were not prepared for the questions, is it's like it's been 3 years. These questions aren't going away because there is still an ongoing genocide. There is still such egregious acts of war and war crimes being committed by the United States and Israel. And so, yeah, this is going to be brought up at the big international festivals. So you should have a fucking answer.
This question is for Demi, but I would like anyone else to weigh in. So Demi, you were here 2 years ago with The Substance, which was...
Probably not. And that there's beautiful aspects of being able to utilize it. But the truth is, there really isn't anything to fear because what it can never replace is what true art comes from, which is not the physical.
Sorry, this is kind of a chopped up video here. So let me play this full clip. Wait.
If I'm clear on your question, is it...
Is that speaking freely
about politics
or anything could be detrimental to the movie?
Oh, wait. Is this not what I'm looking for? That was the question on art as expression. What am I? Freaking heck. What the? Hold on. Demi Moore AI. This is one of the clips that's popping off from
The big
Cannes.
question. I think the reality is that to resist, I always feel that againstness breeds againstness. AI is here. And so to fight it is to, in a sense, to fight something that is a battle that we will lose. So to find ways in which we can work with it, I think is a more valuable path to take.
I just want somebody to respond to this and be like, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit and fuck the billionaires who are forcing this on us as they attempt to take over every single industry, every single field, all of culture and all of society. Fuck them.
Wow, that's a big question. I think the reality is that to resist, I always feel that againstness breeds againstness. AI is here. And so to fight it is to, in a sense, to fight something that is a battle that we will lose. So to find ways in which we can work with it.
Park is drinking that water.
I think is a more valuable path to take.
So my problem is always that it's the same response. It's like AI is here. We don't want to fall behind. We don't want to breed like negativity by resisting something that is here. They keep saying it like the aliens are here. They're here. And there's never, ever a focus on like when I played that one speech from Daniel Kwan where he was like, why are we allowing these people though to take over the creative industries, to tell us what art is and what it's not, and miss me with the propaganda of it will never replace human beings. We know the motherfuckers who are making a lot of money off of just that. Okay. They want this to be a totally autonomous world, and they have no issue with fucking over the labor class, fucking over people to achieve those goals. Like that is their goal. And we should stop pretending that that's not their goal. So anytime a question about AI is raised in relation to the film industry, to the creative arts, we have to openly acknowledge that these technocrats, these billionaire technocrats, very much have insidious goals, and that we've already seen the way tech has transformed Hollywood and how tech has transformed so much of our society. And because of the incentives, because of the profit incentives, these billionaires are incentivized to exploit people via this technology that they are creating and pushing upon us all, while simultaneously lobbying against any oversight and any guardrails, anything to ensure that the disastrous effects of this are not stopped. That it's like they just have full green light, full reign to do whatsoever they want to.
Wow, that's a big question.
We're seeing AI billboards in SF saying, stop hiring humans. There's also something about, and we talked about the AI, like the girl bossification of AI, and how a lot of these older white actresses, Sandra Bullock, Reese Witherspoon, now Demi Moore, how it's like well, we don't want to fall behind. We're already in an industry that we are punished for being aging women. So we need to make sure that we can try and level the playing field here. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Also, women are more likely to be replaced by automation than men. So how is this girl bossification helping all women? How? It's so funny they expect us to be favorable to something that's being marketed to unemploy the bulk of us. Yeah, and they just keep saying, well, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. I'm like, yeah, it's here, and in a way that feels every day harder to fight back against the companies that are pushing this because of how little resistance there was. Because it was like first it went from AI is coming, to now AI is here. And I do appreciate at least that I do appreciate Paul Laverty's follow-up response here.
Perhaps to the previous question, which I think is super. Can I go back perhaps to the previous question, which I think is super important, and we must remember is look at the concentration of power. Who owns these great corporations? People like Paul Thiel, who he hasn't got much positive to say about human dignity. He doesn't care.
Right, exactly. This is what needs to happen every time. When AI is brought up, I don't want to hear any more of the same regurgitated propagandist. It's here and we need to learn how to work with it. It almost also gives it like a sentient, it makes it sentient. It's like we have to learn to work with it. We have to learn to work with one another. I don't want to hear that anymore. I want to hear this.
Toss about equality. He doesn't care who has access to it. So I think we have to look at the first thing and see who owns it.
Who owns it?
They decide in the algorithms that affect our lives in the deepest way. And what seems to me to be absolutely incredible is that...
Yeah, and the fact that this conversation is being had at Cannes Film Festival, where for the first time, Meta is a major sponsor of the festival. And so they have those fucking Meta Ray-Ban glasses on the red carpet. They have, I do like this guy. His name is Reese Feldman, but they have now TikTokers on the red carpet who are employed by Meta and using Meta's little gadgets to conduct interviews. So Reese Feldman, who is guy with a movie camera, he's a popular TikToker. I actually think he's really good. I actually think he knows his stuff and he has respect for the form. But he is there on behalf of Meta because Meta is one of the sponsors of Cannes. And that is another example of how these tech billionaires, Mark Zuckerberg in this case, are continuing to move themselves into culture, are continuing to basically be inextricable from the biggest cultural institutions because they are just buying their way in, and they're doing so in such a public fashion, in such a way that we can't ignore it. Because you look at Cannes Film Festival and you see the fucking Meta glasses on the carpet. You see the Meta products that are being advertised, and Meta has absolutely, of course, been a platform that has been pushing AI. So it's inseparable. And I applaud Paul Laverty for bringing up this point that needs to be brought up, especially at a festival where, like pretty much everything else, you have tech billionaires who are sponsoring these things. And they are the ones that he is saying, we need to remember who these people are. We need to know who these people are. We know who these people are. And let's not forget about that when we have these conversations about AI.
They do it, and then you assume the rest of the world will follow and swallow it no matter what the consequences are. Look at the whole crisis now in data factories affecting sustainability, water, affecting populations, and I think people are beginning to realise that we should not let these tech bros, billionaires, they're mostly right-wing libertarians, dictate how we live our lives.
Yes,
What's the
we should not hand over the keys to our lives, to our society, to these tech billionaires who we know do not value humanity. They do not have respect for us, for anything that is not their own individual greed, their own individual wealth. That's all they care about. They care about their egos. They care about their billions and billions and billions of dollars. This shit should be completely rejected by this artistic community. It's honestly truly upsetting to see festivals welcoming this type of monstrosity that's attacking our industry and decimating so many film workers' livelihoods, meanwhile scraping their creative designs to spit out. Yeah, and remembering that it's always those who are most exploited to begin with that suffer first. The ones who have already been automated out of their livelihoods, who society doesn't care about, because these are the people who have always historically been most exploited. And so this is something I think I talked about yesterday with people in Hollywood, with A-listers who are refusing to stand up and speak out against the merger, where it's like, hey, you might think this won't affect you, or it certainly won't affect you. It certainly won't affect you first, which is true, and you will be okay compared to most other people in the industry who are much, much lower on the socioeconomic pole than you. But it will affect you because it is a disaster to creative freedom. It is bad for all of us because we are not the billionaires who are profiting from consolidating this power, from amassing this much influence and control over everything in public and private life.
Effect to be workers beyond artists, ordinary workers in society and our children.
Not only don't respect it, but are openly hostile to parts of it and are fine discarding people. Folks like Peter Thiel are explicit about it. Peter Thiel wants us dead. He would dance on our graves. Never forget who these people are, even when they try and normalize themselves and their disgusting exploitative practices, even when they try and normalize through the purchasing of cultural power, through putting themselves on the Met Gala red carpet or at the Vanity Fair Oscar party, having Justin Bieber perform for them in private, buying up film festivals, buying up everything to give themselves cultural capital in addition to the already insane material power that they have. Never forget, because that is the purpose here. It is to launder their reputations. It is to make themselves more important, to make it so that we associate all of what is good and important in our world with these billionaires. That it's like, we need them. No, we need them. If we don't have these billionaires, then what? If we don't have these billionaires, then what? We actually don't need them. The reason you have been led to believe that we need billionaires is because of this system that makes it so billionaires fund the arts, or else there's no funding for the arts. It's a closed loop where they profit from not being taxed. They profit from a system that enables them to amass such disgusting wealth at the expense of laborers. And then they are the only ones who have the capital and can utilize the system to further give themselves tax breaks and enrich them, make their pot of gold even larger. So it's a closed loop.
So
God forbid we just funded the arts.
And we must make it transparent, and we must demand, I think, that that we make it in a way that is transparent and more democratic. It's far too important to leave it.
You know who needs who? Billionaires need the working class to exploit, to make themselves. Billionaires need this system. They need a system that exploits most people in this world, or else they're not billionaires.
To these guys.
Okay, I'm sorry. I kind of want to play this again because I paused so many times.
Can I go back perhaps to the previous question, which I think is super important, and we must remember is look at the concentration of power. Who owns these great corporations? People like Paul Thiel, who he hasn't got much positive to say about human.
I think he meant Peter Thiel, but
human
close
dignity.
enough.
He doesn't care a toss about equality. He doesn't care who has access to it. So I think we have to look at the first thing and see who owns it, because they decide in the algorithms that affect our lives in the deepest way. And what seems to me to be absolutely incredible is that they do it, and then you assume the rest of the world will follow and swallow it, no matter what the consequences are. Look at the whole crisis now in data factories, affecting sustainability, water, affecting populations, and I think people are beginning to realise that we should not let these tech bros, billionaires, who are mostly right-wing libertarians, dictate how we live our lives. What's the effect to be workers beyond artists, ordinary workers in society and our children? So we have to examine who owns it, and we must make it transparent, and we must demand, I think, that we make it in a way that is transparent and more democratic. It's far too important to leave it to these guys.
He's fucking right. He is. And I'm glad it was said. You can see how happy the others were that he called her out, refused what she said without beating around the bush. Demi shilling for the AI sycophants next to filmmakers like Park Chan-wook and Chloe Zhao is wild to me and shows an extreme lack of self and situational awareness. I do wonder if Demi Moore has watched No Other Choice, because it is quite funny to be saying what she said.
Concentration of power.
Sitting next to Park Chan-wook, who is the Cannes jury president this year. And if you don't know, Park Chan-wook's film No Other Choice thematically deals with AI and the autonomizing of workplaces that is to the detriment of workers who under capitalist system have also tied their identity, have had their identities tied to their labor, to their work. So it's a great film. Please watch it. And also the fact that she starred in The Substance, a film where she, as an aging actress in Hollywood, is replaced by someone younger and more exciting. Where the whole thing with The Substance is she takes the substance to try and regain the youth that gives her value in an industry that has cast her out because she is over a certain age. And, well, that's a death sentence. I just really need to know. I really need to know if there was a brunch here. Was there? It's because too many actresses, as I said, who tend to be white and who tend to be of a certain age are all saying the same thing right now. Not a brunch, but a luncheon. Yeah, was there a webinar? Was there a white women for AI? Demi Moore should watch Hacks. I fucking love this clip.
to stay. So you either get on board or you get left in the past.
See, that is a big part of why I hate it. This forced inevitability. People like you are always saying that it's happening whether you like it or not, but you're the ones making it happen.
Exactly.
Okay? And you could easily stop it if people could say that they didn't want it, but you don't want to give people a choice. So you just say, oh, the train's already on the tracks, and you don't let people decide for themselves. I'm sorry, it is technological RAPE.
Rape?
You said it, not me.
Oh, okay. Let's all just take a breath.
I wish I could take a breath. I'm strapped down in this motherfucker. I can't breathe in here, Deborah. Now, why should we believe that this app is this amazing thing that is going to change the world? Obviously, you want us to believe that because you stand to profit from it, so of course you're going to tell us that it's happening no matter what and it's inevitable, okay? Oh my God, this is exactly like when like a fucking random-ass diner puts a sign out front that's like, best waffles in America, and it's like, yeah, according to who? The people trying to sell the fucking waffles!
I am not trying to sell you bad waffles. Trust.
But using that shortcut then makes it something else. It makes it not art.
I'm sorry, but your joke about laser hair removal is art?
Okay, you're right. It's pretentious to call it art. But that laser hair removal joke is something I arrived at after trying a million other versions. Every time that joke didn't work, not only did I make it better, but it made me a comedian. Because to become one, you have to do it and fail, and do it and fail, over and over and over, until you figure out who you are.
Lady, stop squawking at me. All I'm trying to do is make your life easier.
But it shouldn't be. Why are you trying to optimize the creative process? I mean, that's one of the things we've actually figured out. We're good there.
Yeah, it's about the process. It's about the journey. These bros who are like, no, it's about the end product. And look at how fast and how easily we can get to the end product.
You know, we have been ever since.
Because these people are fundamentally anti-art and anti-human.
Cavemen told stories about bears.
Optimize or
fixed the
die.
ozone. Come up with a cure for cancer.
Oh my God, cancer again. Look, it sounds a little bit like you don't really respect quick scribble.
I respect your business acumen. I do. But art is only art because of the humanity behind it.
Plenty of artists are already using it.
Well, fine. That's their right. Doesn't mean I have to respect them.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know Shakespeare had a beehive.
Oh, okay. That was good. See, you came up with that all by yourself. Aren't you proud?
Yes, and when they keep pushing this notion that if you don't adapt, then you'll fall behind, right? Whether it's Reese Witherspoon with this girl boss type language around AI, we're going to fall behind, ladies. We're going to fall behind. Only 3 out of 10 women in my book club are using AI. Or, you know, it's the language that's coming directly from these tech bros, from these billionaire CEOs. It then causes people to feel like they need to get on the last chopper out of Nam, right? To like they need to get in the lifeboat because the ship is sinking. And it also encourages a very individualistic mindset where it's like, well, shit, other people are doing it, so I guess I need to do it too, because I don't want to get fucked over here. I don't want to lose out on a bag opportunity here. I want to make sure that I have my spot on the lifeboat. That's why it's like people such as what's her name? I'm blanking. Sorry. Hey everybody, we're doing AI now. Why am I blanking on her name? No, not JoJo Siwa. Natasha, yes. Okay, that was pretty funny. No, not JoJo Siwa. I don't know what the fuck JoJo Siwa is doing these days. Natasha Lyonne, who in the span of a year went from holding up signs protesting AI in art in the industry at the actors strike to promoting it publicly and saying basically what I just said, which is everybody everybody else in Hollywood is doing it. So we need to get on board. And mind you, her boyfriend who has an AI company, I'm sure that had nothing to do with the change. And you know what? Let me just run back. Daniel Kwan. Wow. I spelled my own last name wrong. Oh my God. No, it's these nails. I can't type. I want this clip. I think it's this one.
One of the experiences I've been having just being in Hollywood, talking to the people, like all from all different levels, is that there's this feeling that this tech is inevitable. It's coming and it's infiltrating our industry, and there's nothing we can do about it. And one of the things I've been trying to get people to understand is like, everyone's scared to talk about this because they're not the experts, right? They're not the tech experts like you. I don't understand how large language models work.
And don't you forget it.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. But I want to remind the people here who are filmmakers that you are experts. You're experts in storytelling. You're experts in filmmaking. You're experts for your own industry. If you're a doctor, you're an expert in medical. If you're a teacher, you're an expert in education. And we cannot continue to allow the tech industry to set the terms for our industries, because that is what they've been doing. They've been basically running the world for the past 10 years, and we cannot allow them to set the terms for our world in the same way, because you guys have been treating us like a playground in a lot of ways. And so what I offer to people who are scared and confused is to engage in a way where you are putting your hands on the steering wheel, because if you don't, they will. What we need to be doing right now is basically like, how do we set the terms for our industry? We have to understand that AI is fundamentally incompatible with our institutions, both on a global scale, but also within our industry. AI is going to blow through our systems and our institutions in the way that they cannot handle them. And so we have to collectively upgrade those institutions and systems. So for the film industry, that means we kind of have to do something unprecedented, which is we have to bring together the studios, the unions, the academy, basically everyone, basically agencies. Everyone has to actually come together as a unified front against the tech industry.
But if you guys get your act together, it means less money for me. You can't do that.
I'm sorry.
You have to fight. You have to fight.
I give up.
More strikes. More strikes. No, you have to. You have to have more ridiculous studio heads. You need to greenlight cliched, doomed projects. See,
this is what we're up against.
You have to. Please, please.
Also, I just have to say, it pisses me off when we're having this conversation in specifically the industry of the creative arts, in the film industry, for example, and people will be like, yeah, but what about AI in making leaps in cancer research? I'm like, that is something that's totally different. And also, I don't really think that that's what these tech bros are focused on. That's what they use as part of the propaganda to be like, and that's why we need to have AI take over in Hollywood. It's not the same thing. It's a totally different, it's totally different practices. It's a totally different industry. Cancer research is not the same thing as filmmaking.
I'm begging you.
Yeah,
what do I have?
Or fighting climate change. Like at the end of that clip that we watched when we were talking about Jimmy Fallon yesterday, the banal horror of Jimmy Fallon, and he had Sam Altman on his show. Of course, at the end of Sam Altman first talking about how ChatGPT is helping to raise his child now, and this is the new thing. At the end, he tries to do the like, and think about, in 5 years, like how AI can assist in advances in cancer research. Like he tacked that on at the end to be like, see, I'm actually a very good person here, and this is a very good thing. And it just feels so obvious in its attempt to convince you that actually we should not be concerned. We should be fully supporting this. We should not be asking for any guardrails, any regulation of these companies, because cancer research. Yeah. And then mind you, the administration and all these tech bros have given so much money and support to cutting cancer research. across the country. Also, even the cancer research convos, they're gutting the NSF and are trying to entrench AI as a requirement for demolishing the pipeline of talent and funding.
Have to do.
It's important that this is not seen as a strike, though. Okay, this is a way.
No, the strike was actually good. I was
yeah.
very supportive of the strike.
But this is a different kind, basically, because we're not striking against our employers. We're putting a line in the ground against another industry that is an invasive species. We have to basically say, look, if you want to.
The problem is technology, new technology under a capitalist system is always going to prioritize profit over people because of the capitalists who are pushing this. That's the problem. And so I think people get lost in the conversation around the tech itself. It's a tool, it's this, it's that. And it's like, stop losing sight of the problem here, which is these billionaires who have no respect and are actually antithetical to true human, to humanity, to the world that we live in, and how so many of the problems we experience are due to these systems that prioritize profit over people, and a handful of those who generate almost all the profit in this world are the ones who are telling us that this is the new way of things.
If you want us to adopt your technology into our pipelines, which they do, they've invested billions of dollars, and they want us to do that because we can actually give them money, and the investors want that, right? So we have a little bit of leverage for maybe a couple years. Who knows? Hollywood actually has some power for a little bit. If you want us to adopt your technology into our pipelines, you're going to have to meet us on our terms. And that means you're going to have to help us upgrade our institutions, meaning like, what do we do about job loss and job transition? You're going to have to help us.
Yeah, it's similarly to how we have these arguments over strategies prior to putting someone in office. Strategies that should be implemented in order to push for the things that we want. And you have centrist liberals who will be like, no. Once they're in office, then we can make these demands. And you have leftists who go, no. The best time to make these demands is right now before we've handed over power to them. Why are we not exercising our power, our leverage, our demands, and handing things over to these tech billionaires, handing things over to these politicians who, once they get into office, I don't think they're going to be as incentivized to meet the demands of their constituents, the people who put them into office.
Figure that out. If you want us to use your technology, what are we going to do about data, dignity, creative right, like copyright, intellectual property? You're going to have to help us figure that out. If you want us to use your technology, this is my most important one, is like, what are we going to do about deepfakes and misinformation and the stuff that you are polluting our consensus truth with? Anyone in this industry who's actively using this technology with this knowledge that this is also being used to create sex tapes of politicians, which is actually happening in the world right now, you are actively enabling the tech industry and saying, this is okay. This is not okay. I would love to use this generative AI. I think it's so fun, it's so interesting. I've played with it, but I will not use it for my career until we do something about this technology. This stuff passes a certain level of capabilities and passes a certain level of photorealism. Some of this stuff, and this might be a little controversial, I think some of this stuff should be behind registration and licensing. Just like a gun, just like a car. You can do real damage with a photorealistic image or video that we've already seen happening. And so we are just like sitting around not talking about it in this industry and letting the tech industry divide and conquer us. MGM cut a deal and gave away all their IP. Sony Animation already said they're adopting some of this stuff into their pipelines. We are just silently letting them take over and not even putting up a fight, not just for our industry, but for the world. We are the tip of the spear, and if we could set an example for other industries where teachers can say, you do not set the terms for our industry. We know our kids, we know education, you bow to us, right? I feel like this is sort of what we need to be doing right now before it gets too late. Because once it gets integrated, once it takes over everything, we will be in the same place we are in with social media, which is it is so entrenched in our economy, we can't regulate it without ruining our economy, right? And so, thank you. And so, like, I just want to give you guys power back again, and remember, you are the experts of your industry, and you should take that to heart. Thank you. So I'm off my soapbox now. I just needed to say that real quick.
Yeah, I would say too, not to confuse the regulation of these companies with censorship bills aimed at restricting our freedoms, particularly those of us on the left, those of us who are marginalized, our freedoms online. Okay. Did I cover all the main clips I want to talk about? Oh, here's Jane Fonda.
Voices on the screen, voices off the screen, and definitely voices in the street, especially now. I believe that cinema has always been an act of resistance because we tell the stories, and stories are what make a civilization. Stories that bring empathy to the marginalized, stories that allow us.
Where is this? This is the opening of Cannes. Peter Jackson, who's receiving an honorary award.
To feel across difference. Stories that let us see that there is an alternative future that is possible. And standing beside Lee tonight, I'm reminded why this festival matters. Here in Cannes, story comes first. The courage to tell it comes first. So let's celebrate audacity, freedom, and the fierce act of creation.
Jane Fonda's first public appearance after losing her ex-husband, Ted Turner. Bong! My guy! My guy! Okay. Oh, this is the last clip, I think.
Blacklisted. Javier Bardem, Mark Ruffalo, blacklisted because of their views in opposing the murder of women and children in Gaza. Shame on Hollywood.
The only thing I would add here is it's not just women and children. I get that this is kind of the go-to line, women and children. I just, I appreciate Paul Laverty being one of the most outspoken people on the jury and really not mincing his words during the opening today, but just men are victims as well in Gaza, in the West Bank, in parts of the world that are subjected to the bloodshed of imperialism and occupation. Men are human beings as well. And I think obviously the women and children thing has always been an emotional appeal because of their perceived vulnerability in this world. How can you kill women and children as a, there's clearly violence and crimes being committed here, which is, it's true. It's like, what does it say of us? What does it say of a society that enacts violence on children, the most vulnerable beings on our planet, children who we should all be caring for? The world's children are our children. But yeah, this is something that I have brought up before, where there is, whether intentional or not, a continued dehumanizing of Palestinian men. Palestinian people, of course, are all subjected to the current genocide, but Palestinian men, Arab men, Muslim men who have this long-standing, Western view of them as terrorists. So when Muslim men die, when Arab men die, there's not such an outrage against it, but they are also victims of these inhumane, violent systems.
people who do that. And so my respect and total solidarity to them. They're the best of us, and good luck to them. And I just hope we don't get bombed now because we've got this post. Javier Bardem, Mark Ruffalo, blacklisted.
Yeah, and I appreciate that he's saying shame on Hollywood for blacklisting individuals who have spoken out against these war crimes, against the crime of all crimes, which is genocide. And there is not enough acknowledgement from people in the film industry, in the global film industry, but particularly in the West, an acknowledgement of their peers, their creative peers, who have suffered the consequences for doing what is right, for speaking out against such grave injustices. Now, I don't think Mark Ruffalo has really been blacklisted like his some of his other peers, namely Susan Sarandon, Melissa Barrera,
because of their views.
All right. And then we talked about this. Park Chan-wook saying, I don't think politics and art should be divided. I think it's a strange concept to think that they're in conflict with each other. Just because a work of art has a political statement, it should not be considered an enemy of art. At the same time, just because a film is not making a political statement, that film should not be ignored. Even if we are to make a brilliant political statement, if it's not expressed artfully enough, it would be propaganda. So what I want to say is that art and politics are not concepts that are in conflict with each other. As long as they are artistically expressed, they are valuable. All right. And then let's talk about the protests that are happening in France over the increasing billionaire takeover. Billionaires like Vincent Bolloré. Vincent Bolloré, who is referred to as the French Murdoch. So he is the equivalent of Rupert Murdoch, but over in France. And he's not the only right-wing French/European billionaire who's been ushering in these far-right movements. But he has enormous control over French media because he owns 1/3 of CANNES. And he is planning to take full control of UGC, which is France's third largest cinema chain. So similarly to, please don't pronounce his name like that. It's too much chanting. Oh, Bolloré. I'm just going to call him French Murdoch. Similarly to how the Ellisons have been acquiring so much power in media and entertainment, French Murdoch is also, it's also French Ellison. And so 600 French film professionals, including Juliette Binoche, Adèle Haenel, Swan Arlaud, my favorite sexy lawyer from Anatomy of a Fall, and Damien Bonnard, have signed an open letter opposing plans by right-wing billionaire Vincent Bolloré, French Murdoch, to take control of UGC, which is France's third largest cinema chain. The letter, which was published in left-leaning French newspaper Libération, warned that the takeover deal by Bolloré, whose media empire has been accused of promoting reactionary and far-right ideas, would amount to a fascist takeover of the collective imagination. Black Asuku, thank you so much. James Lee, thank you for 21 months. Oh, Time Lord, thank you. So, through his media company, Vivendi, Bolloré already owns Canal+, France's largest pay TV company, and its subsidiary, Studio Canal, which is Europe's leading film production company. Through Canal+, Bolloré holds a 34% stake in the UGC cinema chain. I'm sorry, I think I said that wrong. I said he has a third of Canal+, but now he has a third of UGC and is aiming to take over full control by 2028. His media empire includes CNews, which is a popular French news channel that figures on the left have attacked for allegedly giving a platform to far-right voices. Love the word allegedly in here. The film industry backlash against Bolloré follows a protest by more than 100 writers who last month quit the historic French publishing house Grasset, which is another Bolloré asset, accusing him of promoting reactionary and far-right ideas. In a French Senate hearing in 2022, Bolloré denied any political or ideological motive in his media acquisitions, saying his interest in the film and TV business was purely financial and about expanding French cultural soft power. Wow. You know, it's funny because often that's what they say. They're like, look, yes, I'm a Nazi, but that has nothing to do with my purposes in acquiring a lot of culture through the acquisition of media and entertainment companies. It's for the good of France. I'm doing this for France. In the letter, the French film professionals, which include producers, distributors, exhibitors, filmmakers, technicians, and crew, said they all, to varying degrees, now depend on Vincent Bolloré's money for our projects as well as our salaries, but that they felt compelled to break the silence insidiously imposed on our industry. They accused Bolloré of leading a reactionary far-right civilizational project through his television channels like CNews and his publishing houses. While the influence of this ideological offensive on film content has been discreet so far, we are under no illusions. It won't last. His TV channel CNews, which is the equivalent of Fox News, literally brainwashed most of our boomers in France. Yeah, it's basically CNews, Fox News, Rupert Murdoch, Vincent Bolloré. One is American, one is French. The group warns that the UGC deal will give Bolloré an unprecedented concentration of financial power within the French film industry, giving him complete freedom to act when the time comes. We won't be able to say that we didn't know. Noting that France's far-right National Rally Party has called for the dismantling of key institutes in the French film industry, including the National Film Board, CNC, and the French public broadcasting system, the letter asks, do we want to risk a future where only propaganda films serving an ideology are funded? The answer is no. Fascism is terrible for everything in this world. Fascism is antithetical to true creative freedom. Fascism is bad. Zapper Bolloré. Publishing protest spreads to French cinema at Cannes. On the opening day of Cannes Film Festival, 600 leading figures from the film industry have published an opinion piece that we just talked about, condemning the growing influence of the conservative billionaire on the industry from Canal Plus to GAZA and warning of a threat to creative freedom. Fascism is bad is a decent merch slogan. You know, it's amazing, as simple as it is. A lot of people need to be reminded that fascism is bad. Fascism is bad. Even if you think fascism is bad for other people but good for you, fascism is bad. So this group goes by the name Zapper Bolloré, and they are mostly, I think, going after Vincent Bolloré's plans to acquire UGC. And this is in addition to all the other concentrated power that he's amassed so far. In their view, this transaction would enable him to considerably strengthen his influence in the sector to the point where he would be in a position to control the entire film production chain, from financing to distribution on the big and small screens. Canal Plus also occupies a key position in the financing of French cinema, being one of its main investors. They are also one of the sponsors of Cannes Film Festival. Over the period 2025 to 2027, Canal Plus committed to investing a minimum of 480 million euros in the sector. For many producers, distributors, and exhibitors, it has therefore become almost impossible to mount certain film projects without the financial support of the group. The signatories also believe that behind his image as a businessman, the billionaire is first and foremost taking on a civilizational project, which they describe as reactionary and far-right. We are not just risking a standardization of films, but a fascist takeover of the collective imagination. They add that while the influence of this ideological offensive on the content of films has been discreet for the moment, we are under no illusions it will not last, and they call for building together a movement capable of defending independence. It's no coincidence that Vincent Bolloré is speaking out today. By choosing the Cannes Film Festival, an international showcase for the cinema, where creativity is celebrated, the authors of the statement intend to make a lasting impression and, above all, to take advantage of the presence of numerous journalists from all over the world. I also have to say, Adele Haenel being a part of this, I fucking love that woman. She stepped away from the film industry because she could not stand any longer to see the enabling and protection of abusers like Gerard Depardieu. And she was like, I've had enough. Y'all are giving fucking awards to you are giving awards to abusers like Roman Polanski. You sicken me. I am tired of being French. I am tired of being in the French industry, French film industry. But she is still out here fighting. Even after stepping away and writing a letter explaining why she was stepping away, she is still involved in fighting against these insidious powers. She is me. Elle est moi. Elle est moi. In their view, the artistic freedom so dear to the festival is also in danger. They fear that in the long term, French cinema will become more an instrument of cultural influence than a genuine space for artistic freedom. And those fears are not confined to the cinema. And particularly in France, they've always prided themselves on being so creatively free, which is why there was this aversion during the Me Too movement, a particular aversion from France, from people in the French film industry, where they were like, here in France, we've always been free. We don't call these things sexual assault. Like there is this cultural pride in France when it comes to a type of freedom, which includes sexual freedom, which, to be clear, sexual freedom is not the same thing as sexual abuse. Okay, you oppose sexual abuse while also supporting sexual freedom. All right, those two things are not incompatible. Grasset, when foreign writers rise up. Since April, the Grasset publishing house has been going through an unprecedented crisis following the dismissal of its CEO, Olivier Nora, after more than 25 years, and his replacement by Jean-Christophe Thierry, a loyal follower of the billionaire. The conflict is said to have centered on the publication of La Légende. This is a lot of French words for me today. The latest book by Boulogne-Sansal with the management of Hachette, Grasset's parent company, and they wanted to rush through against the advice of the historic publisher. Ooh la la, mademoiselle! What could have been a mere office squabble turned into a mass exodus. After the departure of more than 200 French authors, including names such as Virginie Despentes, Franck, Gaël Faye, Bernard, Henri Lévy, and Serge Chalandon, it is now the turn of the international scene to join forces. In a joint statement published on May 11th, the majority of foreign authors in the Grasset catalog announced that they would no longer submit their future manuscripts to the publisher. This solidarity marks a turning point. I know, I'm just going to call everyone omelette du fromage. As authors published on the international list of Éditions Grasset, we are expressing our deep concern about the future of this publishing house, its editorial integrity, and the teams that bring it to life. We refuse to allow our work to be used for political ends that we do not share. The extreme right acts beyond borders. It must be fought beyond borders. Under these conditions, we will not submit our next works to Éditions Grasset. For these American, British... I like that I pronounced everyone's name with a French accent, and they're definitely not all French. When I was reading those names, I was like, yeah, those are not all French names, but I'm already here. For these American, British, Italian, South Korean writers such as Hong Kang, winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature in 2024, she wrote the book The Vegetarian, which is very excellent. Very, very excellent. It is a very dark allegory about this woman who decides to stop eating meat. And it is an allegory on the intense patriarchal culture of Korea, of South Korea. It's very good. So she won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 2024. And Grasset represented a certain idea of French cultural exceptionalism and editorial independence. But now, no longer. Vincent Bolloré deaf to criticism. Is his influence on the cultural sector now irresistible or still questionable? The din of a small caste that believes itself above everything and everyone, denounced on April 19th by Vincent Bolloré in the columns of one of his publications, the Journal du Dimanche, appears in reality to be the rallying cry of an industry that feels under pressure from a major provider of capital. And even if he says he wants to continue along this path, the risk for the Bolloré empire is that it will find itself at the head of prestigious structures that have been emptied of their substance, publishing houses without renowned writers. Exactly, because, again, billionaires like Bolloré, they need the cultural makers. They need the writers. They need the filmmakers. They need the journalists. Without them, they are in possession of these prestigious institutions, these institutions that have had a ton of cultural influence, but they do not have the people to create that for them. South Korea has literally 5 companies in a trench coat. Yes, this is true. Smell of blood. Thank you for the prime. Yeah. So that's what's going on. That is the surrounding. That's the surrounding political and cultural fields in surrounding Cannes Film Festival. Okay, so we will be, of course, covering other major updates and stuff coming out of Cannes.
Is here
and then, let's see, I covered that. Okay, cool. I think I'm ready to move on to the conversation about WASIANS. I can't believe we had a chatter say on this woke shit. They were right. That chatter was spot on. Because I am here on this platform to end this woke shit. When you support me by watching this stream, by subscribing, by sharing it, sharing all the clips with everyone in your life, you are contributing to this fight to end woke shit. When I started streaming, I was like, the only thing I care about is ending woke shit. Are you going to talk about the whole ABG discourse? What is the ABG discourse? The Asian baby girl discourse? I don't know. I mean, I guess it's relevant. I don't think I'm going to specifically talk about ABG discourse, which I didn't know was happening. That was 2 weeks ago. You know what? That was 1,000,000 years ago. Now we're on WASIAN discourse. Okay, so the main thing that I saw was this TikTok, and this is by Mad Sai, and he's an artist, a musical artist, and he posted this TikTok. We need to have a serious conversation about WASIANS, and this is resulting from this big WASIAN event that was thrown in that was thrown in San Francisco. And in case you forgot, May is AAPI month, Asian American Pacific Islander, but often it feels like the PI gets left off. And in this particular instance, it feels like the Wasian representation is being marketed as a multicultural AAPI heritage celebration month. So yeah, we're gonna talk about this. TBH, Caroline, I didn't come in here until now because my exposure to you was just show tunes. I admit I did not know you had it like this. Wait, you're telling me that the show tunes was not enough to get you in here? Because 99% of people who are here for only the show tunes. And they get mad when I don't give them what they want. They're like, we are here only for the show tunes. We want to hear Ding, Ding, Ding Goes the Trolley 100,000 times. We want to hear a one-woman show of Hamilton, or we were protesting. It was not. You know, that's fair. My roommate, Will Neff, is probably the biggest hater of show tunes, and he has to live under the same roof as me. And he is not here for the show tunes, but he is here for everything else. Amy Goodman's peace sign. Thank you so much for the 25 gifteds. Appreciate the generosity. Jazz Fridays, which are still, just like David Attenborough, still alive. Jazz Fridays are not dead. Okay, well, anyway, welcome in, Justine. Welcome in. What have I done? Well, unfortunately, you have activated me now. Just the mention of show tunes, and I perk up, and now I'm going to deliver the rest of my commentary in musical theater format. Sometimes it's Jazz Gaming Pizza Friday. Yeah, sometimes it is. Okay. So I don't come on Fridays. No, we actually don't do Jazz Fridays on Fridays. But Fridays are Jazz Fridays, if that makes sense. So there's not actually jazz that's being done on Fridays, but Fridays are Jazz Fridays in spirit. It's like a restaurant that would advertise that they serve hamburgers on Tuesdays, but they don't serve hamburgers on Tuesdays, but they call it Hamburger Tuesday. All right. So let's just start off and watch this.
We need to have a serious conversation about Wasians. So this past weekend, an event was hosted.
Which I will say, I agree, but it's just when you extract that line from the rest of it, it does make me laugh. We need to have a serious conversation about Wasians. Also because Wasian is still a relatively new term. It used to be HAPA, so half Asian Pacific American, I think. Oh my God, I can't even remember. Half Asian, right? Okay, HAPA. Half Asian. It's a Hawaiian trend. It's Hawaiian in its origins. This is like when on Z-Way they were trying to say what NAACP stands for. I always thought HAPA kind of meant half anything. Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of generally came to mean anyone with Asian or Pacific Islander heritage that had half heritage. So HAPA used to be the term that was commonly used, originating from the Hawaiian phrase hapa haole, half foreigner. And then Wasian is one that is, in my understanding, relatively new. And it also is something that I I think, and we'll talk about here, has become trendy. Like trendy in people promoting themselves as Wasians, trendy in people promoting celebrities who are Wasians. And Wasian is white and Asian. Wasian. When I was growing, for my entire life, I have never called myself Hapa or Wasian. Like I didn't use the term Wasian until other people started calling me Wasian. And I was like, oh, I mean, I guess I am Wasian. But I will get into explaining my own personal history here as somebody of mixed race descent as part of this conversation. Wasian is also specifically East Asian. Yes, and that is another problem here, is that East Asians have come to be the representative of Asians. When we talk about Asian Americans, kind of I kind of generally, I think there's this automatic assumption, and also not just assumption, but also reference to specifically East Asians. So when people say Wasians, they're talking about white and East Asian. So Korean, Chinese, Japanese, Taiwanese. I would also add Vietnamese in there.
Marketed as a Wasian meetup, with hundreds of half-white, half-Asian people coming to attend and compete in look-alike contests of numerous Wasian celebrities. On the surface,
Vietnam is geographically part of Southeast Asia, but culturally is aligned with East Asia.
This is completely harmless and a fun idea. However, the people that started this event are part of an organization called Half Asia Spring. Half Asia Spring, in their own words on their Instagram, said that their mission is to create half Asian meetups around the United States. However, every single video posted to this account only mentions Wasians. Every single flyer only mentions Wasians. It's only marketed as a Wasian meetup.
Yeah, that's because the only half Asians there are Wasians. /S. I am joking. But this is the problem. This is part of the problem here, is that half Asian is now translated to white and East Asian. So half Asian could be Black and Asian. Half Asian could be Mexican and Asian. Half Asian could be any other half with an Asian half. But that is not what has been pushed into the mainstream. That is not what people's general perception now of half Asian heritage is. That's not what's being marketed for events like this in AAPI month. May is not the month of the Wasian. May is not specifically Wasian month, but it's being treated. There's the prioritizing of East Asian and East Asian mixed with white over everything else. Like Asia is so culturally diverse. Those who are mixed Asian it's not just fitting into one box. There is so much multicultural diversity that's being left out here.
So that begs the question, why are you marketing an inclusive mixed Asian community gathering when it's centered only around white mixed Asian people? It is currently API month and we are celebrating all Asian identities, but it's been apparently clear that this year has had the most spotlight on the Wasian identity, a term coined to refer to someone with one white parent and one Asian parent. We have talented athletes and performers like Alyssa Liu, Leve, Hudson Williams, Charles Melton, and so on, and we've seen Wasians surge to the top of pop culture. We've even seen Wasians being solely represented in our media, such as Leve's music video for Mad Women, which includes many of these Wasian celebrities which I just listed. On one hand, it makes me really happy and it's genuinely beautiful to see people with Asian heritage succeed and be openly celebrated in the mainstream. The API community is very broad and there's so many unique cultures that encapsulate the API identity. On the other hand, it does leave a weird taste in my mouth that I really haven't been able to articulate until I saw this meetup.
Is that how you say leve? Yes, that is how you say leve.
So a little backstory. My dad immigrated from Taiwan and my mom was born of Canton Peruvian descent.
Okay, wait, let me just pause this. It also erases our shared history which there's millennia of. You can find Thai and some other linguistic dialects and food in South Asia today. Yeah. So let me start off by saying that there's nothing wrong with embracing a shared similar heritage, okay? And especially in the United States of America, where depending on the region that you grew up in, but also because of America's long racialized history, it can produce feelings of isolation and otherness when you are not of the majority group, when you're not of the in group, which is white. And so specifically white Asians, Wasians, who we're talking about here, I think there is a commonality of not feeling as if not being perceived as white. Now, sometimes people's specific mixes, they do look way more white than they do Asian, but other times you don't. Like you look, I look very Asian. I'm half Chinese and half European, whatever. But I've never been perceived as a white woman and have always been perceived as an Asian woman. So as far as there being a real feeling of isolation and otherness, because for a lot of people, you maybe grew up in a community that was predominantly white. So unless you are perceived as white, you are on the outside. But for mixed race Asian people, especially if you are second, third plus generation, you may feel detached from Asian culture. You may feel also that you do not belong. You are not welcomed. You are not a part of this other half of your heritage, because that's not what you grew up around and because you are mixed race. So when I was growing up, I was mostly surrounded by white people. So I was othered from as early back as I can remember. There was no treating me as part of the majority in group because I am half Asian and I am perceived as an Asian woman. But then when I got to college, the first time that I was surrounded by a significant population of Asian people because of all the international students, we are not of a shared culture. These are students who came from, who are from countries that are not the country that I am from, which is the United States of America, but they came over here to study. So a lot of them would form community. I would see all of these Asian students who were hanging out with each other, but I felt disconnected from them. So it was like the feelings of being disconnected and feeling like I didn't belong anywhere because there was no group who related to me and who I guess I related to, even though I would say I related to the experience of being American because I was an American kid growing up in the United States of America. There was still this feeling of I don't belong because of how I looked, because of my mixed race heritage. So this is a real experience, and it is one that you don't have to be specifically white and Asian to relate to others who have that shared experience of being from different cultures, having a mix of ethnicity and background and not knowing where you belong. That is something that I think a lot of people have, that shared feeling, even, not just specifically those who are white and Asian. But where it gets weird, and this is what we're going to get into here, where it gets weird is the treating whiteness, treating the white mixture in mixed race heritage as superior, as, for mixed race peoples, being mixed with white, therefore retaining proximity to whiteness, makes you the superior, makes you of the superior mixed race peoples, of minorities being at the top of the minority list because of your proximity to whiteness, being partially white.
Encapsulate the API identity. On the other hand, it does leave a weird taste in my mouth that I really haven't been able to articulate until I saw this meetup. So a little backstory. My dad immigrated from Taiwan and my mom was born of Canton Peruvian descent in LA. So no, I've never felt quite understood in my cultural identity nor my place in American culture. So I can relate on some fronts to Asians who are seeking out a community of people who've had similar upbringings. But it's also given me a unique view on Asian American identity politics and how whiteness is constantly centered in so many of our conversations. Black Asians and Hispanic Asians are never acknowledged in the mainstream the way that white mixed Asians are. And this meeting has highlighted just how out of touch the sentiment around mixed Asian identity is. The Asian American identity is inherently rooted in being assimilated into the American identity while celebrating and preserving our own Asian heritage. So this feeling of not belonging isn't exclusive to Asian people. This meeting was not grounded in any specific.
Yes. So that's what I was trying to explain as well, where it is not specific to the experience of being Asian in the United States of America to feel as if you don't belong, that you are othered, that you are being rejected by the majority in group, which is white people in this country. And I think too, I think too, this overall is an issue with visibility. Who gets to be the most visible? Who gets to be the most celebrated here? Who gets to be like, what is seen as cool? Because when I was a kid, being half Asian was not cool. There was no cool trendiness to it in the way that I see now. But I recognize still that my being half white, my therefore, and not just being half white, but also being East Asian, being half Chinese, that is an experience that, despite discrimination and racism that I endured, is still an experience that is in many ways, sorry, Farley is going crazy right now. Still an experience that is in many ways better than my counterparts who are of darker skin, who are not just, do not just experience the classic like racism for being of Asian descent, but because they are Southeast Asian and South Asian. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. So for me, I remember at the point that people started to say things such as, "Oh, what's your mix?" And when I would say what my mix was, like I'm a dog off of Craigslist, people would say, oh, that's an amazing mix. And so these were things that I started to internalize then, where I was like, oh, not only did I already feel like I wanted to be white because I was a kid growing up in a world where white was the standard. So I already started to internalize racism and this desire to be white, like more white than I was, to be perceived as white. But then it started to become this like, ooh, okay, so exotic is good, but exotic because you're mixed with white and you have a good mix because you are only partially Asian and then your other part is white. So you get that like little exotic flavor. And when I tell you that this was most exemplified when I moved to Hollywood and the things that I was told and what was just all the shit that I heard on a daily basis about, ooh, it's good to be ethnically ambiguous. Ethnic ambiguity is in. Are there things that you can do to maybe look a little less Asian, but make sure that you keep that exotic flavor? Wasian, like mixed race is in, but of course they were talking about mixed race with white, that there was like the prioritizing of whiteness, that is what is palatable to white audiences, but that, we're getting more ethnic here in Hollywood, but not too ethnic. So all of these things that I experienced in my life that I've had to sort through. And so, I have experienced racism. I have experienced a specific type of racism that Asian women experience in the form of fetishizing. But because of my great mix, because of the fact that I am part white, that has been taken as like, that's been an advantage in ways that for those who are either mixed race, but not mixed race with white, or those who are primarily, or those who are like 100% of Asian ethnicity, and especially those from Southeast and South Asia, that they have not had what was seen as like what has been treated as like an advantage for mixed race Asian people who are mixed with white. Sorry if that's word vomit.
Cultural identity, but aesthetic. Wasian is a broad term that encompasses all Asian cultures that have been mixed. Aki Lee Camargo, a journalist, makes a great point in an essay published to a Substack, and he states, Wasianness is hollow because it isn't rooted in anything beyond phenotype. There is no shared history, no cultural heritage that exists independently of the way they look. He goes even farther by saying, if Wasian identity begins and ends with aesthetics.
My bad, I thought you were Chinese honeypot. I mean, that's a perfect example, though, of how, yes, I am mixed with white, but still, to racists like Ethan Klein, all he sees is a Chinese woman. And of course, viewing me through an objectifying lens, sexualizing me, results in referring to me and the other Asian women who were on the trip with us, who are not only not all Chinese, and not Chinese nationalists, but still we were all referred to as like Chinese honeypots, because that's the mind of a gross misogynist and racist.
That's eugenics. So we need to acknowledge the elephant in the room, that Wasian privilege does exist. It's extension of white privilege. There is a socioeconomic advantage that comes from having a white parent. Not always the case, but having a parent who is white comes with inherent perks. Not only that, but Wasians...
And I think this conversation can get messy here, because by acknowledging the privileges within the broader Asian community and the, in the broader Asian community that includes mixed race Asian, people think that that is denying them of discrimination that they have experienced from a white culture, from a white world. It doesn't mean that you have not been a victim of discrimination, of racism and, other bigotries, but it also, because like if that can be true, that is true, and it does not deny also the reality that for certain Asians and mixed race Asians, we have privileges over others. I've had the ethnic ambiguity thrown at me my entire life. Even the women in my family constantly compete about who has resulted in the best mix. I'm third generation Chinese immigrants and Spanish, but somehow not Asian. Yeah, there's just so much. There's so much that's fucked up in the way that we prioritize what is considered superior, and it has to do with proximity to whiteness. Absolutely. It's I am told that I have a great mix because I'm mixed with white. And it got to a point that a younger family member of mine really internalized that. And I remember hearing him talk about how Asian girls were superior to Asian girls. I was like, why? Why is that? It's like, well, it's because we're mixed. I'm like, well, not just mixed, but specifically mixed with white. And that is informing you because of this white supremacist world that you have grown up in, that makes you better, that it's better to be mixed with white than to be 100% Asian. And it's also better to be mixed with white as East Asian because of the already being of East Asian descent. And on the whiteness scale of Asian ethnicities, East Asians having a hell of a lot of colorism in our history here. Weird ass colorism with black mixes, it still lives on and is fucked. If you're mixed and dark, it's not good. Yes. And that's something I want to talk about too, where we've seen in Hollywood that it's like, oh, they'll cast a black woman, but she's usually lighter skinned. And this is not to like cast the blame on Zendaya, because it's not that Zendaya should be blamed for it. It's the structures that prioritize lighter skinned while still wanting to appeal to a multicultural audience and be like, hey, we're woke, but we're not that woke. And that's why we are still prioritizing in casting lighter skinned actresses. So anyway, this family member of mine I had to have a conversation with, and I was like, hey, so this is bad. And let me explain to you why this is bad. And he was like, well, it's better. Like, our family's better because we're mixed race. And I said, that's not true. But I know where that's coming from. I know that is coming from years of you internalizing this because of racism that you experienced as a perceptibly Asian kid in a white community, and also because of the prioritizing of whiteness. So you have internalized this idea that we are superior, superior in our genetics, in the fact that we are mixed race, but specifically mixed with white. As a Bengali person, I can tell you 100% there's so much of this colorism in our culture. Your proximity to whiteness is seen as a plus in many aspects of society here. It's deeply rooted in every conversation we have. You will constantly hear about how if you're darker skinned, you're less liked in society. Yeah, I mean, that's why bleach products are so popular across Asian cultures. That's why pale skin is pale skin is a deeply ingrained beauty standard. The paler the skin, the better. There's also, as I said, in Chinese history, and not just in China, but I'm Chinese, so I'm speaking specifically to the culture that I come from. Pale skin meant a class signifier, that you were wealthy because you didn't work in the fields. So if you had darker skin as a Chinese person, it meant you were poor. Poor equals bad.
Also fit the Eurocentric beauty standards. Asians are often seen as more palatable to Western media than mono-ethnic Asian features.
Yes.
We constantly see this in popular TV shows, which cast Asian actors as the lead.
Yes, and that is why I'm so sorry I keep interrupting, but I have to. in Hollywood, often Asian actresses who have, for example, features like monolids, they get their eyes done. They get surgery to make themselves look less Asian because of the advantages and opportunities that they can have access to if they are seen as more palatable for white audiences. So on the one hand, I understand why they choose to get plastic surgery. But on the other hand, it's awful because it reinforces this white-centric standard. It reinforces this idea that still, even today, in order to be palatable to a white audience, in order to have success in an industry like the film industry, you still need to look a little more white than you do right now. Didn't Julie Chen talk about that? I think so. I think Julie Chen talked about the pressures to not look as Asian. But all of them, for the most part, have had work done in order to make their features more Eurocentric.
In lieu of fully Asian leads. Proximity to whiteness is a comfort to general Western audiences, so Wasianness is often preferred over Asianness. Even in the Asian community, Wasians are constantly praised for their Eurocentric looks, which is unfortunately a product of internal colorism and racism within our own community. To clarify, I'm not hating on anybody because of their ethnic identity.
Right. And I don't think he's coming across that way. And I will say too, that when I was younger, I would always say, when someone would say, "What are you?" What are you? I'd be like, a human being? I would say, because I know exactly what they meant. They meant, what's your mix? Or what's your ethnicity? Because a lot of people, like I said, didn't know I was mixed. They just assumed I was 100% Asian. And I would always say I'm half white and half Asian or half Chinese. But I always led with half white because I wanted so badly to hold on to that whiteness because of the belief and also my fomenting an understanding about the privileges that are afforded when you are white or in proximity to whiteness. So this was ingrained in me growing up, and why I would place a lot of emphasis on my whiteness. And then people would be like, "You're white," which then would be upsetting because that meant that I didn't look white. That, oh no, what's the point of being half white if I don't look white? And therefore I'm going to continue to be on the, in the out group because I don't fit in. Have you heard about the Slanted movie? Yes, I have. This is an interesting conversation that ties into the themes of that. I have heard of that. I also bought Kayla Yu's book Fetishization, which I have yet to read, but I've read a lot on this subject, and especially as I was doing a lot of self-work to try and dismantle my internal prejudices and look at, okay, this is the way I am because of the external world that I have grown up in, and then the things that I have internalized from that.
Nor do I condone others to do so. I just want to raise some red flags of why we collectively center whiteness in the Asian community and exclude Black and brown mixed Asians in these conversations.
Yeah, I am proud of who I am, but I am proud of who I am not because I prioritize the superiority of being white. I'm proud of who I am because of the two worlds that I come from, my mom's and my dad's, and how these two people in this whole big world came together, met one another in the city of Chicago, and who I am is a product of everything. It's a product of these different experiences that I had in my life. And I'm proud of both my, my fighting Irish side and my Chinese side, my fighting Chinese side, but being proud of my Irish side, not having to do with the fact that it makes me superior because I have a white mix. It's like, because the Irish have a dope history. And like when I went to Ireland, I went and visited places that my family was from. So it's more so this is my familial history, and I am proud of my familial history, but that's not the same thing as being proud because I'm better for being white.
I would like to reiterate that Wasians are 100% part of the Asian community and should be celebrated like the rest of us. But where is the support for Blasians and Hispasians? Why doesn't it ever extend past whiteness? We need to have caution about how we approach these things in the future because it demeans and excludes other parts of our community. If we want to dismantle the racism and hatred against our own community, we need to start addressing these tough conversations internally. Happy API month.
So yeah, this has caused discourse. This has caused discourse. And someone said, if we talked about how Asians have low-key been replacing full Asians in media these days, the same way biracials have been replacing full Black people in media for years. Yeah, it's definitely concerning that this is a cultural trend, that it's something that I think there are people who are just legitimately celebrating their multicultural, multi-ethnic, multiracial background, and then others who are treating it as a trend because it's cooler to be Wasian than it is to be just Asian. And I think we have seen in casting, in representation in Hollywood, the effect that this has. So Asian representation has historically not been great. A lot of progress has been made in the 21st century. Progress because when you consider all the other decades prior, there was really, really, really little representation. But representation matters not just generally, but also specifically. So, for example, if you have a character who is Korean, okay, deciding to cast someone who is partially Korean because you believe that that actor will be more palatable to a white audience, that their being mixed race will make it easier for the audience to buy them in this role, that's a fucking problem. If a full Korean actor is not getting cast in a part in lieu of casting someone who is mixed race Korean because they look more ambiguous, that's not real representation. That is like that is kind of still an illusion of representation where studios and executives go, okay, we've got check our ethnicity box, but in a way that's not going to be that's not going to turn people off, which is such fucking bullshit too. It's like, they just are. This is not true. It's not true that an audience won't see a film because somebody is, their full ethnicity rather than partially, rather than mixed race. And then it's also like casting lighter skinned Asians in lieu of darker skinned Asian performers. So there's also, as I have said, colorism within the Asian, the broader Asian community, but also that's not just something like that comes from the way that whiteness and a priority and emphasis and superiority placed on whiteness, that comes as a result of that. So for example, it's like there have been instances, obviously, many instances of white actors who have played Asian roles. Mickey Rooney in, I always get the Mickey wrong. Mickey Rooney. Nope, Mickey Rourke. Wait, no, Mickey Rooney. Mickey Rourke is the wrestler. Mickey Rooney is Breakfast at Tiffany's. Mickey Rooney playing a horrible Asian stereotype in Breakfast at Tiffany's. So white actors who have played non-white roles, but then also ethnic actors who are lighter skinned, who are many times half white, who play roles that are people who are fully full ethnicity, like full Indian, full Thai, full Chinese, etc.
Like, we are all at the mercy of the white hegemony. So let's just own up to it. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel, and today we're going to be talking about beauty standards and whiteness in the Asian community.
A comment
that I get a lot.
This is Cheyenne Lind, short little video here. Colorism, why Asian people want to be white.
When I make videos about beauty standards in Asia and how European beauty standards have seeped into Eastern standards of beauty.
They cast Keanu to play the Buddha. Yeah, Keanu is mixed race. He's mixed with white, but he is very passably white. So he is not somebody in Hollywood who has only been relegated to playing Asian roles. I don't even know if he's really played Asian roles outside of when they want to cast someone who's Asian but not too Asian. So they'll cast Keanu, but otherwise, like, he's had a very, very full career as a leading man. And that's because he's not, by Hollywood standards, too Asian.
I always get like this same comment that says, what are you talking about? The East, specifically China, Japan, and Korea, have always been obsessed with whiteness.
Legit, thank you for the 39 months.
For centuries, no matter what country you come from, whether it's the countries I listed previously or any other East or Southeast Asian country, has been obsessed with whiteness even before colonial times. And it is true that whiteness in those countries meant white like a pearl or white like the moon, like a glowing kind of iridescent white, rather than the peachy or the kind of peachy white that a lot of white people are just endowed with. However, after the East was opened by white imperialists, we still wanted to be white because white was always associated with goodness, godliness, and just being rich and having a higher class status. And thus we kind of turned our backs on our darker skinned countrymen, who we saw as backwards just because they had darker skin. Colorism already existed in the Asian community before white people came over, and after they did, it just got a lot worse. And just because colorism and classism has always existed in Asia and outside of it in the larger diaspora, doesn't mean it was ever okay. And today, we are bombarded with images of white Eurocentric beauty, no matter where you are in the world. And wanting to be white has stayed the same, but the reasons behind it have become ever more insidious. What really grinds my gears is when people say that because Asia has always been obsessed with whiteness, even before the colonial era, that they're immune to Western images and propaganda, because let's be real, no one is. Like, we are all at the mercy of the white hegemony, so let's just own up.
First of all, no one is immune to propaganda to begin with.
Like, how can you ignore hundreds of years of colonialism, racism, xenophobia, re-education to hate your own nation and your own skin color? Like, it's beyond me. And besides wanting lighter skin, a lot of other beauty standards in Asia are still white Eurocentric inspired. Higher nose bridges, jawline reduction surgery to make your face smaller, double eyelid surgery, and others are all there to help Asian people look more white. And yes, maybe some of these standards were influenced by the, for example, auspicious Chinese horoscope, but I doubt it. Things like big earlobes mean longevity, but you don't see people lining up to get their earlobes elongated. And in fact, rounder noses mean that you'd be wealthier and richer, but nowadays everyone wants to have a high, straight, and narrow nose, you know, like white people have. I already said this in another video, but I find it really funny that when white people try to look Asian or anime or like a living doll, they just kind of exaggerate the features that they already have, such as having a small face or big eyes, and I think that there's something to be said about that. And before I go on, I do want to say that there are different beauty standards around the world in different countries and different cultures. However, with social media, like apps like...
Yeah, and I think remembering that standards of beauty can go back thousands of years, can have a deep cultural history, and also tied to socioeconomic status, but it doesn't mean that does not that doesn't mean that modern beauty trends and standards don't also exist. So there are absolutely, as she's pointing out here, there are absolutely ways that beauty standards have morphed and changed in Asian cultures, but still circle around a standard of whiteness as beauty. And that doesn't also necessarily mean whiteness as like Western whiteness. So, you know, when you look at beauty trends in Korea versus in the United States, they look different. They're not all the same type of trends, but that doesn't mean still that it all doesn't circle around this idea of whiteness as beauty. So it may be that there are certain things that are emphasized more in Korean culture as, oh, this is what beauty is, versus like in the United States, right? You look at certain eras in the 90s when everyone was getting a spray tan. It was like the supermodel era. When, you know, when it's just like the irony of like white people darkening their skin to look beautiful, but people who have dark skin being considered not beautiful. But yeah, it's a different evolution of whiteness, but still revolving around that.
Instagram, which has a hegemonizing effect on beauty, we can see the beauty ideal more clearly. And that ideal is always white, whether she's a white girl trying to look exotic or an Asian woman with light skin, round eyes, and a small face. Like I said before, comments that say Asian people have...
Like me having a tan, if I tanned my skin here in the United States, it'd be like, oh yeah, that's hot, right? Like that looks great. But in Asian cultures, like if I were to go to Korea, that would not be that would not be like fitting the standard of what's pretty. So like growing up in the 2000s when everybody was getting spray tans or going in the tanning booths and all these white girls I went to high school with were getting skin cancer, that was a trend, but a trend that was specific still to white people. Because if you naturally had darker skin, then you had experienced, like that was part and parcel of the marginalization that you'd experienced your whole life. So that is just an example of like, yes, it's still revolving around whiteness, but it's not necessarily in the same way. It's funny how influential skin color is on what you're perceived as. I'm white until I tan even just a little bit. That would be normal for a white person. And all of a sudden everyone's like, you are something else. They're like the ethnic jumped out.
I've been obsessed with being white for centuries, even before colonial times, doesn't address colorism or classism in those communities.
Right now, pretending to be black is in Korea. I would say, like, yes, as far as appropriating black culture, but not darkening their skin. Like, light skin is still very much what is pushed in Korean culture. So there are other ways to appropriate black culture that is not in darkening your skin.
Long said that the wealthy stayed indoors to keep their skin light, where the poor people had to work outside and get dark. However, in reality, anyone from any class can be a range
Separating
of
black
skin
culture
tones.
from
That's
blackness.
why even
Yeah,
in
let me grab
ancient
some
times,
water.
aristocrats used unsafe measures and also like pearl creams to lighten their skin. And today it's still true. No matter what class you're in, you can have light skin or dark skin. You can be a range of shades. The difference is that today the measures are more lethal. And they were lethal back then too, but you'd think that with all the knowledge we have today, people would stop this pursuit of whiteness, but they don't, because they know that they'll be treated better and are more likely to get a job if they have lighter skin. And who can afford those safe whitening treatments? The wealthy. And who's mixing with the upper white echelon of international high society? Light-skinned Asian people who then bring those ideals home and make their darker-skinned countrymen feel inferior. And those dark-skinned people who feel inferior seek out lethal and dangerous treatments to lighten their skin because they're desperate. And yeah, that's sad and horrible, but we shouldn't just wave it off as tradition. Besides beauty standards, there are a lot of other ways that Asian people hold up whiteness, which shows me and should show all of us that Asian people have not evaded centuries of globalization or imperialism like some commentators might think. So number one, why are half-white Asian babies used to sell everything and are the epitome of class and sophistication?
Yeah, and why are there Instagram accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers that are all about highlighting multiracial or mixed Asian race babies, but really focus on Asian babies? It's like, look at how beautiful. It's like a fetishizing of, mixed race, but of course, fetishizing mixed race as it's mixed with white.
Whereas black Asian babies or half-black Asian people are seen as the dregs of society. So number two, why is it okay for Asian men to date white women, but not the other way around? That's more sexist.
Like, people will say, oh my God, you and Will would have such beautiful babies, which now some people I think mean that as you are both attractive people, so you would have attractive babies. But other people mean that because of even though I'm mixed race myself, I look pretty Chinese. And so they think I'm, Chinese mixing with white man, Chinese woman mixing with white man and creating these superior genetic babies. Didn't we see the pictures of your babies? Yeah, when I was like, oh my God, I'm going to have an Asian leprechaun. And if you Google mixed race babies, a lot of what will pop up are specifically Asian babies.
Than anything, but I think it still counts, so I'm putting...
Why can't people be normal? Exactly. That was how I started off the conversation, where it's like, hey, as somebody who's white and Asian, I'm not here to tell you that you are like wrong, that there's something wrong with you for being white and Asian, but if you're getting weird about it and kind of, getting into eugenics territory and really highlighting your whiteness as a reason that you are genetically superior, it gets weird. It's you're not being normal about it.
On the list. 3, why are Asian people obsessed with traveling to European countries and recreating those atmospheres at home? And 4, why does Hollywood cast white people in Asian roles? Because they know that it'll make big bucks in Asia. White people in Asia are exotic. but they're also seen as smart, cultured, intelligent, beautiful, and all the other positive things you can think of. And yeah, it is shitty that a lot of people in the developing world see their own countries and practices, cultural practices, as backwards, but that was created purposefully by the West, let's say, to make imperialism and exploitation seem okay. We shouldn't deny that we've been influenced by something that was supposed to influence us. And I get that maybe you could say we want what's rare in the community, but let's be real. Let's address the colorism and whiteness issues of today rather than those issues of 1,000 years ago. And just to end, I just want to bring up some current event issues. So for example, the coronavirus has told us that we were never white, but I already knew that. As soon as I leave my house, whether I'm in the US or Brazil, I know that people are going to start harassing me and looking at me weird. I don't know why a lot of Asian people in America have not realized that they are not white, but I understand the need and want to latch on to that white privilege.
Yeah, it's like you're not actually white, but the idea is that you are an honorary white, that when it comes to minorities, you are at the top because of your proximity to whiteness. So this is where the model minority myth is involved, and how it's basically like as white adjacent as you can be, the better. You're not white, but you're halfway there because you're not black or brown, right? That's why tokens get spent as an eternal thing. Yeah. There are tiers of Asians for white people too, 1000%. Japanese def at the top. Yes, there is an obsession with Japanese culture here in white America. That's why I keep saying I'm a model. That's why I keep saying I'm a model minority, which is racist in itself. Well, the model minority myth is it's bad. It's bad because it perpetuates this racial hierarchy and this placing white people at the top. And then, you know, for us minorities here, in order to be a good minority, it means that you assimilate. It means that you are white adjacent. You are one of the good ones. Oh yeah. I mean, I experienced that too when people would when white people would express as such that my dad being a doctor, you know, my parents being married, having a nuclear type of family, that made us good minorities, that we're one of the good ones because of how well we assimilated into American culture. When it's like, okay, first of all, I'm third fucking generation. My dad was born in the United States, you know, he was born in California, but it's that minorities who cause problems, which translates to black and brown minorities, are bad. But good minorities are those who are also, by virtue of having lighter skin and being white adjacent, are doing it right. If you're gonna be a minority here in America, you better be a good one.
But let's just stop it. I think we really need to have some deep and intense conversations about racism and what race is in the Asian community, and have more solidarity with black and brown people who face the brunt of racism every single day. All right, so that's where I'm going to end the video. Thanks so much.
Cheyenne is great. She does a lot of video essays. The intersection of pop culture and politics, which I'm all about, is something that she is all about too. So check out her videos. And then I have another one here.
Like, we are all at the...
We need to talk about
with primarily
Asians.
or fully Asian cast. Traditionally only dated white women. In discussing their families, Taylor openly states that her father's name is
your ethnicity. The thought hadn't crossed my mind at all.
Sorry, I had to leave, come back. Have you or this YouTuber talked about racial triangulation related to Asians and blackness? I mean, I've talked about the Asian community and the black community before when I have talked about when I've tried to remind people of the history of solidarity between our two communities, as much as we, still are the forces that be try and pit us against one another. And absolutely, there is anti-Blackness everywhere. That's just a global problem. But I think I talked about this during affirmative action. And then also when I was talking about Palestine, and we revisited in the civil rights era the solidarity between Black Panthers and Asian civil rights leaders. So I don't know what you necessarily mean by triangulation. If you're referring to appropriation, or if you're referring to kind of historical solidarity between the different communities. Also, when white people say they've never noticed you were not white, they were lying. It's like, what does that mean? That's what I wish well, obviously these are things I learned, but I do wish that in moments when I was so baffled when I was younger, I would just have said, what do you mean by that? When you start genuinely being the I'm asking questions person, and then somebody quickly falls apart. Or saying, well, I don't see color. It's true.
In any direction on that. So interesting.
In the second episode of Love is Blind, Taylor, a half Chinese, half German woman, is in the pods with Garrett, a man who has traditionally only dated white women. In discussing their families, Taylor openly states that her father's name is Tom Kraus. She then hesitates, stating that she doesn't want to share her mother's name because it'll give away a major clue about her ethnicity.
Also, another aspect of this here is the Asian dads versus Asian moms in the Wasian community. And at that Wasian meetup in San Francisco, there was like they were doing bingo cards, and then there was like, cheer if you have an Asian dad. And let me tell you what this is coming from. Okay. So when I was growing up, people would find out my dad was Asian. And the assumption was that my mom was Asian because, well, historically, there was, when it came to interracial marriages, Asian women with white men were frequently or disproportionately represented in interracial marriages. And also the long colonizing military history of white soldiers, of U.S. imperialism, and the effects that had on Asian countries, and how a lot of Asian women who were fetishized by white soldiers, by white military members, which has, led to sexualized stereotypes, and the then in looking at the history of anti-immigration laws against Asians, in particular when it came to miscegenation laws to prevent interracial marriages, one group that was attacked were Asian women. They were labeled by the U.S. government. They were labeled as prostitutes. They were dehumanized. And it was the fear that all these white military members were going over to Asian countries and bringing back Asian women. And so when in this country, we were in a historical era where where white people did not want white people marrying non-white people, one group that was initially a target were Asian women, because of how much it had become a thing that white men fetishized Asian women and were marrying Asian women and often bringing them over to the United States. So when I was a kid, the assumption was that my mom was Asian and my dad was white. My dad is Asian, my mom is white. And specifically, Asian men would react in a very excited way, finding out that my dad is actually the Asian person in my family. Because also, as I said, that history of typically it was Asian women with white men, and Asian men were relegated to being with Asian women, that the stereotypes against Asian men, that they were weak, effeminate, etc., meant that they were not seen as attractive or as sought out by white women. Racism is very complicated. Yes, it is very complicated. So the fact that my dad, an Asian guy, bagged a white lady was like something to cheer on, because it was a win for Asian men. And also that it was like, okay, at least that's one less mixed Asian white household where the mom is Asian. So now there are definitely different experiences that you have if you have an Asian mother versus an Asian father. There's nothing wrong with talking about those experiences, with talking with other people who share in common with you, say, having an Asian mother, because I did not have an Asian mother. I did not have the experience of having an Asian mother. So for mixed race Asians who have an Asian mother, I understand that that is something that they may seek understanding and shared experiences with others who grew up that way. It changes the dynamic a lot, which parent is white. But where it gets weird is when racism comes into it, when all the bad shit comes, plays a part, and it no longer becomes like, oh, this is my experience, and it's nice to talk to other people who have a shared experience. And instead it becomes like weird racism, eugenics, just gross stuff. Even in some of my group of friends, being in a relationship with a white man is seen as an elevation in status. I will say I am cognizant of the fact that I date a white guy. I've dated a white guy for a very long time. When we started dating, I checked to see if he had a history of dating Asian women to make sure that he was not like fetishizing me. But I'm cognizant of it because I'm aware of the history, and I'm aware of how I have been fetishized for so much of my life. And I'm aware of like the stereotype of Asian woman with white man, especially in an area like San Francisco, the white libertarian tech bro with the Asian venture capitalist wife. So it's not something that I look at as like elevating my status because I'm a white man. In fact, it makes me, how do I explain this? I'm aware I date a white man because I'm aware of the history of Asian women and white men, and the perception of me as an Asian woman who is a cultural commentator being in a relationship with a white guy. And people are definitely weird to me about it. They're not weird to him in the way that they're weird to me about it. Quan is the white man dating a redhead. Sure. Will's ginger. Okay, you're right. Will is ginger. Excuse me. I know I've shared this before, but I'm Latina. I once had 3 white men in a row volunteer on the first or second date or volunteer on the first or second date that I usually only date Asian women, the tone definitely suggested that they expected I would be flattered. Like, wow, you should be so lucky because normally my type is Asian women. It's like, that's not a type. That's a fetish. Uma Palma, thank you for the raid. Jobo Cat, thank you for the 20 months. So anyway, in case someone wanted to come in and remind me that I date a white man, I'm aware. I am aware that I date a white man. And I, through our long relationship, have always been aware that I date a white man. And I have had issues with some of his white family members that I have freely expressed why certain things are problematic. So this has never been something that I am not aware of, that I date a white guy. What's especially weird for me is getting that I never thought I'd date an Iranian. Like, okay, like what? That's why it's like you go, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by what? What do you mean by that? Let's unpack that. Will is a POG, person of ginger. Me, I'm Asian, random white man. Oh, my friend's brother's wife is Asian. Oh, you know what I forgot to point out when I was doing my tour of SLU? I meant to point out when we were crossing the street, I was like, one time when I was a freshman in college, this much older white man crossed the street with busy traffic to tell me that he had spent time in my beautiful country and he loved Asian women. Me as a college freshman, having been born in and spent my entire life in the United States of America and being like, okay, all right. So anyway, not that it's anybody's business, but when my relationship started, it's because we were two individual human beings who connected with one another. And he did not date me because I am Asian, and I did not date him because he is white. And in fact, that was my era of like not wanting to, like actively trying to reject any romantic relationships, anything with white men, because of how I had spent my life internalizing racism and growing up only being surrounded by mostly white guys, which means that it was hard for me for a long time to think that I could be sexually attracted to Asian men, because the only Asian men that I was around when I was growing up were my own family members. It was my dad and my brother and my uncles. So that then made it so I associated Asian men with family, with like my own family members. So it was something I had to realize, like, oh, it's actually not that I'm only attracted to white guys. It was that growing up, that was who I was surrounded by. And that was who I believed would make me part of the in-group. It's like, oh, okay, well, yeah. Yeah, like we're talking about Iowa, okay? We're talking about Iowa. You have a brother? I thought all your siblings were sisters. I do have one brother.
While she states that she doesn't want any form of her appearance to affect her relationship in the pods, from Taylor's logic, the only thing that would give away her culture would be the name of her mother. Aside from the superficial, like her name or her appearance, it appears as though Taylor understands her experience of getting to know someone on a deeper level as an exclusion of her Asian heritage. Now, this conversation doesn't really lead to any other drama or any further conversations about racial identity, and Love is Blind is a show that definitely likes to portray things like race and sexuality as just like a little bit taboo. So to an extent, I do understand where Taylor is coming from. And since then, she has spoken out and talked about how proud she is of her Asian heritage.
I'm a really proud Asian.
Have you ever considered having your parents on to talk about these topics? No, because I have these conversations with my family members, but that does not mean that they are equipped to come online and and have a conversation. You know, the whole earlier we were talking about being a streamer doesn't automatically make you a great public speaker. So more credit to Maya for delivering such a great talk. Having conversations in private and me being a public commentator does not mean that does not mean that my family members are equipped to do the same. My mom is not online. She stays far away from the internet.
Woman.
But being Asian myself, this led me to think a little bit more about North American
chat wants you to do a
Asian
necessary
experience
conversation
and
type
the
podcast.
ways that were
No, thank
portrayed
you.
in popular media. What, aside from these superficial qualities, kind of helped to define this experience? In this video, I'd like to try to do a general overview of Asian American representation in popular American media and try to get to the bottom of this question. But before we get started, hi, my name is Emma. Welcome back to my channel. It's so lovely to have you here. I just wanted to thank everyone for the immense support I've received on my videos in the last couple of months. It's meant a lot to me. I've loved watching my channel grow. This video here in particular is a bit longer than the content I usually post. I put a lot of work into the research, into everything. So if you like this video, or if you just like my general chill vibe, consider subscribing, commenting, sharing, checking out some of my other videos.
It's interesting because I think this video shows that the whole Asian discourse is definitely a hot button type of topic right now. This is 334,000 views. Oh, excuse me. Let me subscribe to her channel, which I was looking at her other videos and is by far and away her most popular one. So I think this is definitely one where we need to talk about Asians, and I think people are talking about this.
But yes, thank you so much. Let's get into it. Since the 1960s, we've just seen like a huge boom in the number of mixed-race Asian babies being born in America. An Asian National article states that, quote, the Census Bureau reports that there are about 1.8 million Americans who identify as half Asian and half one or more other races. Of these, 52% are half Asian and half white. That's like almost 1 million Asians in America alone. That's like bigger than the entire population of South Dakota. And given the fact that Asian American experience itself is so hard to define, the Asian American experience is almost impossible to really put your finger on. There are just so many variables. There are so many different family structures, so many different mixes. I feel like aside from my red hair, I'm kind of like traditionally what people think of when they think of Asians. I'm half Chinese on my mother's side and half white on my father's side. I grew up mostly around my Chinese family, but I don't speak a lick of Cantonese. But while I feel like that's just like the general like trope of Asianness, Asian mother, often East Asian, and white father, there are just like so many experiences to take into consideration. And while I obviously can't and won't be defining just like a general Asian experience through this video, because that's just like impossible, I hope to, at the very least, better understand the ways in which we're represented in popular media
Elliot's videos
and what we can kind of learn about ourselves and the way we're perceived. It's really no secret that Asian representation in Hollywood is disappointing, to say the least. In fact, much like many other racialized groups, for a long stretch within film history, Asian representation was pretty much non-existent, with most Asian characters being portrayed by white actors in yellowface.
Once again, I must protest!
In the first half of the 20th century, Asianness for the most part was portrayed exclusively through stereotypes, like being sneaky or conniving. Think about Disney's beloved 1955 film Lady and the Tramp, which contains a scene in which two incredibly Asian-coded Siamese cats create chaos through Lady's home, singing over an Orientalist-ass beat in stereotypical accents. The latter half of the 20th century wasn't much better, with stereotypical portraits of Asian characters being portrayed through the likes of Mickey Rooney's Mr. Yumioshi in Breakfast at Tiffany's, Long Duk Dong in 16 Candles, or whatever Kubrick was trying to do with this. Me so horny! The only times Asian actors were really given the opportunity to shine as heroic figures were in action film, with Chinese actors like Bruce Lee.
Okay, I think this is correct, but prior to Michelle Yeoh winning Best Actress for Everything Ever All at Once, there were more white actresses. Well, I mean, it was Louise Rainier who won for The Good Earth, who had a lead actress Oscar than for playing an Asian role. So basically, before Michelle Yeoh won, a white actress had won an Oscar for playing an Asian, had won a lead Oscar for playing an Asian woman. White women winning for Asian roles.
And Jackie Chan becoming household names in America. And while it's truly awesome to see Asian actors being portrayed in ways that aren't just like straight up demeaning, this figure of the martial arts action hero just became another trope of Asian representation in film.
I am here to meet her. Bro.
Now, the year of 1993 marked an important time in the history of
Joy Luck
Asian American representation in film because somehow this was the first year in which like a widely released Hollywood film had a cast entirely made up of Asian actors. This being The Joy Luck Club, based on the wildly popular book by Amy Tan.
Also in 1994 was All American Girl, and that was the first sitcom to have an Asian American performer, and that was Margaret Cho. So she was the first Asian actress to have a lead role in a sitcom.
Story of 4 extraordinary women who left their homeland behind.
I was raised the Chinese way.
The Joy Luck Club in many ways has become the prototype for popular Asian American narratives, an intergenerational story following 3 generations of women, from first-generation immigrant to third-generation Wasian child, although the Wasian character in the film was cast as full Asian. And since the release of the film, we've seen shockingly few films with primarily or fully Asian cast. Fresh Off the Boat, Crazy Rich Asians, Everything Everywhere All at Once, and Shang-Chi. A big issue with Asian American representation is the fact that the Asian American experience itself is kind of hard to put your finger on. Popular understandings of the Asian American experience have really existed in binaries. The basically white, fully assimilated American versus the foreigner. The submissive Asian woman versus the tiger mom. The action star Asian man versus the practically asexual, undesirable Asian man. The smart math Asian versus the dumb Asian. So as a child...
And that's why I think this fixation by the media and by the internet on the mixture between the foreign and the familiar is such a strong fixation. So the multiracial baby, the mixed race person representing the foreign, the exotic with the familiar, which is white. So that's why there's such an emphasis on mixed race as it is mixed with white. And that is something that we aren't just seeing right now, but when I think back on my own great aunt, Nancy Kwan, who really was the first leading Asian leading lady in Hollywood. And Nancy Kwan was mixed race. So she was Chinese and British. And even though there were Asian actresses like Anna May Wong, who came decades before Nancy did, Anna May Wong was still restricted by the fact that she was fully Asian, and also that she was in the film industry in the 1920s versus when Nancy Kwan came along in the 60s. But Nancy was a movie star and was Hollywood's first leading lady. And I think a large part of that has to do with the fact that she was more palatable to Hollywood due to the fact that she was European, white European, and Asian mixed. Bucket Hoop, thank you for the 5 gifteds.
Even though I grew up in Canada, I saw so many of these Asian American stereotypes play out both in media and in real life. Like I stated earlier, I primarily grew up with my Chinese family, and in high school, my friend group primarily consisted of East and South Asian people. And in these settings, I was primarily defined by my whiteness, because I was just usually like the whitest person in the group. But after I left high school, things really shifted. I entered into the extremely white art world, and in these spaces, I was exotic. When I was like 18, I was dating this white guy, and when his friends talked about me, they'd be like, "How's your Asian girlfriend?" Needless to say, throughout this time period, my identity existed in these empty spaces between...
No, Rita Hayworth was Spanish. So she, on her father's side, was of Spanish descent.
These two understandings of me as being white and Asian. And this was really difficult for me. And the Asian representation I saw on TV definitely did not help with this identity crisis. My introduction to Asianness in pop culture came somewhat early because for some reason since the mid-2000s, YA or young adult content has been like the center of representation for Asian women. In The Sweet Life and The Sweet Life on Deck, full Thai actress Brenda Song portrayed a half Thai, half British character. In the High School Musical trilogy, half Filipina, half English actress Vanessa Hudgens played like literally a Latina character. Then there's half Filipina, half Irish-Scottish actress Shay Mitchell in Pretty Little Liars. We have half Dutch, half Chinese actress Kristen Kruk playing the Asian Lana Lang with 2 white parents on Smallville. And while seeing this Asian representation in the media consumed was certainly nice, and I definitely, I guess, saw myself more in those characters than I did full white characters, like I said before, I never really saw me. Perhaps this is because a defining characteristic of YA Asian representation is the Asian character always being in close proximity to whiteness, always having white love interest.
I'm going to be so for real. Growing up, having watched Sweet Life, High School Musical, Smallville, London Tipton, Brenda Song was the only one of the ones mentioned here who I actually perceived as Asian. So as an Asian kid, as an Asian girl, it was a big deal for me seeing Brenda Song play this role where she was not limited to Asian stereotypes. She's like, she's the rich kid who's in the hotel, and she's such an icon. But it was a big deal because what I was so desperate for was not just Asian representation. And I was not like, I need Asian representation. No. Asian representation, but Asian representation that reflected my life as somebody who was not culturally very Asian, who's not from Asia, but grew up in America. So that was what I was seeking, was somebody who was allowed to be Asian, right? Like they are an Asian actor who is perceptibly Asian, but played a role where their identity was not central to the entire character.
or being the token person of color. While these women and girls are clearly racialized people, their culture never really comes into play. And while there was a very occasional discussion of race, like Emily's racial ambiguity.
Plus, Davern has a Polynesian studies major. Are you Hawaiian?
Filipino, Korean, Irish, Scottish. Yeah, but I'm not really interested in Polynesian studies.
And London Tipton's Thai heritage.
This is my way of saying Samong Dong. Huh?
The character's race is far from central to their identity, and these moments end up being almost jarring as they're so sparse. Wasianness is defined so closely in proximity to whiteness, to the point where these characters are portrayed as like basically being white, but also just othered enough to make it clear that they certainly are not white. Aside from their proximity to whiteness, characters portrayed by half-white, half-Filipina actresses like Emily from Pretty Little Liars and Gabriella in High School Musical are marked by their racial ambiguity. They can just like fit in wherever is necessary. Now, I feel like this idea of racial ambiguity within casting processes really comes down to the American idea of the cultural melting pot. The idea of different cultures all coming together to create the larger American identity. The problem with this is that America would...
I think my thoughts on Charlie Chan are pretty mixed, no pun intended. Yeah, I mean, he was a white actor who played a racist caricature, but it was conceived as an alternative to other racist caricatures. So it was like, it was, so like the yellow peril stereotypes was what the character the character that Charlie Chan played was an alternative to, but he was still a white man playing an Asian role.
It was very literally built on colonialism at the hands of Europeans, and America like also colonized the Philippines between the years of 1898 and 1946. Therefore, I don't think we need to do like any crazy mental gymnastics to figure out why it's super weird that Americans are just using Filipinx actors as these transracial identities that they can just mold and place wherever they fit best. Just to be like, oh my God, look, we're so multicultural. Like, I think the level of disrespect here kind of just like speaks for itself. This concept of the multicultural melting pot is really at the end of the day just like a kind of evil lived up way for white people to mold and define how they want to see the racialized American, the non-racialized person of color. Being a biracial actor is so messy because there are so few roles actually written for us and so few opportunities. And these actors are either just kind of overlooked or placed in these controversial situations. And sometimes, I don't know, this casting is just odd. Like, it didn't have to be like this. Like, Vanessa Hudgens didn't have to be Latina. All you had to do is like recast one of her parents and it would be like fine. I literally do not understand why they did this, but okay. So in this portion, when I'm talking about To All the Boys I've Loved Before, I repeatedly call it To All the Boys I've Ever Loved Before. So my bad.
하나, 둘, 셋.
Since the days of High School Musical and Pretty Little Liars, the connection between YA media and Wasian representation really has not let up. With the just boom in popularity of Korean-American author Jenny Han's book series The Summer I Turned Pretty and To All the Boys I Ever Loved Before being turned into major motion pictures and television shows. This is crazy, but like of all of the YA Wasian media I consumed during the research for this project, To All the Boys was like oddly the best representation that I could find, which I think says less about how good the movies were and just about how bad general representation is. If you're not familiar with the show, basically high school student Lara Jean Covey has written 4 letters to 4 of her former crushes, 3 of which are white and 1 of which is black, but ends up becoming her gay bestie. Lara Jean, along with her 2 sisters, are half Korean, half white. Their mother has passed away and they're cared for by their father, Aiden from Sex and the City.
You broke my heart!
While a lot of arguments against Han's work are based in feelings about Han's decision to make the characters Asian instead of monoracial, her decision to kill off the mother, or the decision to have the character's experience revolve too much around whiteness, most people assumed that this really all boiled down to one thing: Jenny Han's internalized racism. People were basically like, if she wanted to discuss the Korean American experience so much, why not make the characters full Korean? Why not make the parents Korean? Why not make the love interest Korean instead of just portraying these Asian characters surrounded by so much whiteness? Some people argued that the ways in which these Asian characters were portrayed were arguably too Asian.
Have you heard
in
of
a
the
way
film
that
Saving
made them
Face?
feel kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah, almost
in an
watched it for
article
film
titled
night.
"To All the Boys I've
One
Ever
night.
Loved Before" has creepy racial things going on. Chris Jesu Lee argues that in the books, quote, even though Lara and her sisters are Asian, the novel essentially treats them as full Asian. The sisters refer to themselves as the Song Sisters, even though their actual last names are Covey. They do so because they say the world sees them as Asian. When the youngest sister Kitty draws the eldest sister Margot with a dog, Kitty says that the dog is Asian too. On Halloween, Lara Jean laments how so few popular characters are Asian. Naturally, she goes as Cho Chang, unquote. He goes on to question why Han chose to make the characters Wasian if they were going to be so represented as full Asian in the books. And now, while I do 100% completely agree that To All the Boys centers far too much around whiteness and really perpetuates this trope of Asian women only being interested in white men, I think some of the conversations surrounding Asianness in these films require a little bit more nuance. So right now, let's try to inject some nuance into this conversation ourselves. In the mixed Asian metaphor, Andrea Long Chu writes on mixed Asian characters in literature, pondering what the characterization of these characters says about the ways in which Wasians are more broadly understood within American culture. In keeping with our discussion of the works of Jenny Han, we can first look to Chu's exploration of the characterization of Wasian characters written by full Asian authors, and the pressure these authors place on these characters. Here, the mixed-race children are often seen as having the privilege to break 2 worlds. Chu elaborates, quote, even the most racially secure Asian Americans have been known to discover their mixed counterparts a whiter version of themselves. This creature is beautiful and terrible, striated with desires that feel hard or wrong to name, a literal assimilation of culture, custom, and language, not to mention skin, fat, and bone. If she can move freely between worlds, why can't you? The hero of Charles Yu's 2020 novel, Interior Chinatown, asks himself, marveling at the sight of his mixed-race daughter with his immigrant father. Maybe if you're lucky, she'll teach you, unquote. The mixed Asian American here is kind of a way for monoracial authors to kind of breach their experiences of Asianness with the white American experience. And this can either be for themselves, for audiences, or a mix of both. And while sure, we can go ahead and accuse Jenny Han of just having a lot of internalized racism, I think that it would be unfair to not take into consideration the overwhelmingly white industry she was working in, especially in the time period she was writing these books. In fact, Han has...
I think also the line about the Song Sisters identifying as Asian because that's how the world sees them, that's actually reflective of the majority of mixed race of Wasians in America, where I think the assumption would be, oh, they identify as white because proximity to whiteness and all that, but actually because of the fact that a lot of Wasians don't look white enough that they are not, their experience is not being accepted into the majority. And so they identify more with their Asian side, even if they aren't necessarily connected to their Asian culture, but also because when they get older, they realize that there's such a richness to their Asian side, like the cultures that they come from. And there's a desire to connect with that. And that was my experience where it was like, look, I'm not actually able to identify here as white because I am not accepted into white culture. Like white people that I grew up around did not see me as white. So even if I like tried, there's no such thing. I mean, white culture per American white standards. But just in explaining my experience where I was like, even if I wanted to be, if I wanted to embrace my white side and be like, no, I identify as white. It's like I couldn't because I still looked too Asian. So it kind of, in the beginning, was something that I didn't want, I didn't want to identify more with my Asian side. But then as I got older and started to dismantle my internalized racism and started to want to be more connected to my Chinese heritage and realizing like, oh, this is such a rich culture. There's so much here that I can experience and, connect with my older Chinese family members who did immigrate to this country. Do you think the 20th century wars with Asian countries, Japan and Vietnam, affected the acceptance of Asianness? Well, look, it hasn't been a linear history. So Japanese people were interned in this country. There was a heavily anti-Japan sentiment, which then just trickled down to other East Asians. Because when my grandparents, for example, were trying to buy a home in the 1950s, post World War II, post the internment of Japanese Americans, they experienced discrimination because there was still such a heavily anti-Japanese sentiment in the U.S. So even though my family was Chinese, it was all, treated as the same. And then, the Chinese Exclusion Act, which was one of the first anti-immigration bills, laws, and it was aimed at preventing Chinese laborers from coming to the United States. So the 20th century wars, the Vietnam War. So this is what I mean by you can, if you are an Asian, if you're an East Asian or East Asian mixed with white in this country, you benefit from that. You benefit from your sociological. Let me start all over. Okay. Being a victim of discrimination does not mean that you also do not have privileges over other marginalized communities. So Japanese Americans who were interned at one point in this country, who experienced such vile discrimination and not only were imprisoned, many who died in these concentration camps, but then lost their homes. They lost everything. It was taken from them. That is a real thing that happened, but also Japanese Americans today in this country have a higher socioeconomic status than, say, Burmese Americans, than Southeast Asians who experience much higher rates of poverty, who are less likely to have a bachelor's degree than East Asians. So there is the disparity within Asian cultures, which does not erase or does not mean that East Asians have not experienced discrimination from white America.
Been very open about how much she had to fight to have the Asian representation that she did have in her works be present.
When I was first trying to sell it as a movie, people did not understand. It didn't even occur to them that she should be Asian. Literally did not occur to them. Even though I'm Asian, the character's Asian, the book cover is an Asian girl. I would talk about casting and then they would be naming like white actresses. I was like, oh, but she's Asian. And then one producer said to me, like, I feel like as long as she gets the spirit of the character, and then
yeah, it also has to do with the history of like who was colonized and who wasn't. So for people who are from countries, whether they immigrate to America or not, that have experienced a long history of colonization, both from the West, but also from other Asian countries like Japan, that is going to result in socioeconomic differences from countries that did not experience those levels of colonization and imperialism.
the age and like ethnicity and race, that doesn't matter as long as the spirit is there. I'm like, the spirit is Asian American.
Asian American.
Yeah.
The genre of YA, especially YA targeted at girls, has historically been based in generic American beauty standards and ideologies, most of which are unabashedly white. And while, like I said before, we can talk about everything problematic, it's very clear to me that the character's Asianness was definitely something that Han did want to explore. It's shallow enough to be palatable for white audiences, but it's undeniably present. And now you might be thinking, why make the Korean mother dead? Why would you choose to have these girls be just like another step removed from their Korean heritage in this way? And you wouldn't be the only one thinking that. In explaining his distaste for Jenny Han's writing, Chris Jesu Lee writes, quote, "One could argue that the book is not meant to be serious and is just escapist fantasy. But what kind of twisted fantasy is that, where an Asian American writer who wants to write an aspirational, semi-autobiographical story feels compelled to make her father white, kill off her Korean mother, and chase after white boys," unquote. And the answer to this person's question would be a fantasy that is extremely prevalent in Wasian literature, a trope that Jenny Han used, but certainly did not create. In the mixed Asian metaphor, Chu explains that in Wasian literature, the Wasian character is often missing an Asian parent.
Well, I think there's also the dead wife and dead mother trope that is a separate thing here, but yeah, there's a lot of examples in media where a launching point for a film or a show is that there's a dead parent or a dead spouse, and that dead parent or spouse is the mother or wife.
Death, absence, or abandonment, leaving them with a hole to fill, both as a parental figure and as a metaphor for a lost sense of culture. A hole that they tried to fill with culture and food and a general sense of belonging. In keeping with
what is the dead wife, dead mother trope? So the dead wife trope, also the refrigerated woman trope, is in a storytelling device. It's a trope in storytelling where a female character before the start of the story is killed off. Okay, so maybe she dies from cancer, or she dies because I don't know, a Russian mobster kills her in revenge for what her husband had done. Whatever the reason is, the purpose being that it serves as the emotional core, the motivation for a male protagonist. And so his character arc and the motivations behind his actions are because of his dead wife. It's like the woman rolling around in the white sheets in a flashback where she's depicted very angelically, where it's just, these loving, beautiful times. And you see her, often depicted in soft light. Not me just realizing that shrinking does this. Well, the reason it's a trope is because of how frequently it's used. Yeah. So it's usually like the flashbacks are very sentimental, and the dead wife doesn't exist beyond serving as a motivator for the male protagonist. She doesn't have to be a whole person, just this perfect idea that can't be ruined by reality. Yes, and is a motivating factor for the arc then that the male protagonist goes on.
This tradition, the Song Covey sisters live with their white father, who attempts to keep the Korean culture alive through his allegedly mediocre Korean cooking.
I hate when Dad makes Korean food. It always tastes like butt.
I want you to take a bite and say, just like Mom.
I was still eating smashed peas when Mom died.
And through going on a trip to Korea.
Everything my mom told me is true. Korea is beyond anything I could have imagined.
There's definitely a sense of distance between these characters and their Asianness, although they are very proud of their heritage. When the sisters and their father, Aiden from Sex and the City, travel to Korea, they're tourists who do touristy things and don't speak the language.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Samida.
You're welcome.
Oh, you speak English.
So do you.
Yet they're so excited to engage with their culture. And here, if we were to use Wasianness as a metaphor, one could argue that this mourning, this desire to be closer to one's own culture, is a trademark of the Asian American experience. And while I don't want to fully defend To All the Boys, I do just have to point out that Asian American and Asian culture are not the same thing at all. They have very different value systems, very different traditions, just very generally different ways of going about the world. Even if these characters were portrayed as full Asian, but third generation, I feel as though this idea of disconnect would still be present. Mm-hmm. This is such a big part of defining the Asian American experience as being so different from the Asian experience itself. Just because you share the same ethnicity with a certain group of people doesn't mean that when you go there, you're just automatically going to fit in and feel this magical connection.
We are not
That's
a
something
monolith.
that I was really looking for example, when I went to China with my mom in 2016. I was like, this is it. This is going to be the trip where I fully understand myself. I'm going to better understand my culture. It's going to be beautiful. And to an extent, it was really beautiful. It was a really nice moment for me and my mother to just get to explore this place that our family is from. But at the same time, this trip was pretty difficult. I don't speak Cantonese. I have never lived in that culture, and it was, to an extent, a bit isolating. It was definitely a bittersweet feeling of feeling so close and yet so separated from a major part of yourself.
It's definitely a
and
culture
yes,
shock.
Maybe this could have been explored a bit more in To All the Boys. But overall, I found this angle that Han took to be quite thought-provoking, and not in a particularly bad or good way, just neutrally thought-provoking, I guess. Just thinking about what it means to be Wasian and feel so simultaneously connected and disconnected from that part of yourself. Jenny Han is Asian American, and it does kind of make sense in this lineage of Wasian literature that she would apply this dead Asian parent leaving a metaphorical cultural hole in their Wasian's children narrative. And even though I do understand the process behind this thinking, I think it does a disservice to...
Okay, I know I talk about China Doll all the time. Wait, let me...
to both full Asian people and Wasians, because it understands Wasians less like actual people and more of a metaphor, as we've talked about before.
Okay, I know I talk about China Doll all the time, but prime example of how Hollywood works. I am half Asian. I wrote a script with a full Asian protagonist. Her parents are both Asian. She works in tech in San Francisco, and she deals with pressure from her parents, deals with things like fetishization, deals with feeling that deals with the experience of the Asian American, deals with the Asian American experience that is unique and is not something that you can just put into any one box. And notes that I got from executives, well, they wanted to make her boyfriend white. Her boyfriend in the script was not white. And there was a reason, there's good reason for that. Wanted to make her not full Asian, wanted to make her not Asian at all. So all of these ways to try and take something that I had put so much thought and specificity into and go, what if we didn't do any of that? And what if we had a sex scene with her and the villain, who's like this white tech billionaire? What if we had a sex scene between them? Me. Why? Because. Okay. What if we added in a scene where there's tea? Why? Well, don't you have tea in your culture? Me. In Asian cultures, is tea a thing? Yes. I am Asian American. I like tea, but not because it's part of my culture. Because I like a fucking cup of tea. So like these are all the notes that I got that drove me fucking insane. But again, that was trying to monolith, but also stereotype and all the things we've been talking about so far of this story that I had written that was based in large part on my personal experiences, but also experiences that I have not personally had. I am not full Asian. I have not dealt with the experience of having immigrant parents. Like, I do not feel culturally Chinese because I did not grow up in Chinese culture.
This idea.
Westerners, when they learned the South Asian tea slavery was just as large as any other instance of it anywhere else on the planet.
Of a person being a bridge between cultures, which is just factually not the experience.
They erase their experiences and create a caricature of what they perceived as broadly Asian
people that I know. I feel like this idea of Han using Wasians as a way to bridge cultures can be fully backed up by her choice to cast Lana Condor, a monoracial Asian actress, as the lead character, with visibly Wasian actresses as her sisters. Han was very upfront in her pride in this casting decision, which is a little bit weird because that just kind of feels like she views the casting of a full Asian lead as like being the true Asian American representation. It kind of just makes the Wasian characters feel like whitened Asians. So now let's take a moment to talk about a Jenny Han series in which the Asian parent is very much alive and well.
I was in love, Stephen, like out of my mind in love. What was I supposed to do?
While many have expressed their dissatisfaction with the ways in which Asianness is portrayed into All the Boys, The Summer I Turned Pretty certainly did not help Han's image. The Summer I Turned Pretty is an Amazon Prime show which first began airing in 2022. And for the most part, while the show follows the source material quite carefully, Belly was read as being white in the books, and Han opted to have Belly's family be portrayed as Wasian in the series. Honestly, I'm kind of embarrassed to admit how excited I was when I first saw the show, seeing like a divorced full Asian mother with 2 Wasian children. I was like, that's like my family, and I was really happy about it. I literally called my mom at some point while watching the show, and I was like, oh my god, like, the relationship between Belly and her mom, like, it reminds me of us. Like, don't you just feel like you're Belly's mom? And she was like, no, not at all. And I was like, okay, fair. But beyond that initial excitement, there's like nothing inherently Asian or Wasian about the show, aside from like one scene where Belly's brother Steven experiences racism at an overwhelmingly white country club. And this is not surprising to me at all, as the series is based on its source material in which Belly and Steven's race is never mentioned. They're assumed to be white, and on the cover of the books, Belly is literally white. Also, the way she talks about Asianness in the books is just like definitely not a way that an Asian person would talk. Her love interest Cam, who is half Puerto Rican and not Wasian in the show, is an ethnically ambiguous half Japanese Wasian in the books. She describes him like a beautiful god, and she's so intrigued by the fact that he can speak multiple languages. And she's just like, that's so cool. I've never been to Japan. I'd love to go to Japan. And it's like, it's honestly kind of impressive how Jenny Han was able to just like conjure up this whiteness and
he's so
use
smart
it so
and mysterious.
effectively. The actresses who played Belly and her mother both discussed in interviews that they love the fact that this kind of YA story can get Asian representation without Asianness being central to the plot, seeing themselves portrayed in characters they would not normally see themselves in. And while this is super fair, I think that we're not there yet. We just don't have the amount of Asian representation in Hollywood to be like, yeah, every Asian character's story doesn't need to be about their Asianness, because there's just like not that many popular Hollywood stories out there about Asianness. I feel like if there was like an actual proper amount of Asian representation within Hollywood, this would be even more valid. But the fact of the matter is there are just like so few stories about the Asian American and Wasian American, or just like Asian experience in general in Hollywood. So yeah,
we just need more stories. We just need more.
I just don't think we're at the point where we can be like, love seeing Asian characters portrayed outside their Asianness, because like,
I think a better way of saying it is not having stereotypical characters. It's like representation, but representation that just does not devolve into stereotypes. Nobody wants stereotypes. But also we want more we want more representation, but we want accurate representation. We want diverse representation.
Where are you seeing that?
Authentic
I'm not
representation.
So
it's not that like there is not the experience of the immigrant experience. Of course there is, but if all stories are depicted in the same way, then that just devolves into tropes and stereotypes. So representation needs to be diverse in its representation.
Decision to have Wasian actors without a discussion at all about race, Wasianness becomes less of a metaphor like Into All the Boys and just becomes kind of erased. Like if Belly wasn't Wasian, if they cast literally any other actress, it really wouldn't have made a huge difference. And I think that just at this point in time, thinking about Asian Wasian roles in this kind of just like post-racial way kind of just ends up assimilating these characters a lot to white culture.
I feel like everything's so fucked up.
As a Wasian, do you feel seen in strictly Asian stories? I mean, look, when you grow up in a white world and you are not a white person, you learn to see yourself on screen in characters who don't look like you. And that's why it's so fucking absurd when these racists are like, oh, I can't have a black person on screen because I don't relate to that. I only can have white people. It's like, okay, well, you've always had white people. And also the rest of us have found ways to connect with characters who don't look like us because there are shared universal experiences that we can connect to. Even if somebody doesn't look like us, come from the same background, have the same, experiences in totality that we have had. So those of us who have had to see ourselves in stories and in characters that don't reflect how we look or reflect our backgrounds have always found a way. Now, as far as Asian representation, I'm not going to connect with a character just because they're Asian, but it is important to have representation because what it informs people of is that their faces, their lives, their lack of whiteness doesn't matter when it comes to, whose stories we get to see depicted on screen. So like representation and visibility as far as people seeing other people who look like them, there is of course value to that. But also never forget the importance in writing. So hollow diversity is when you stick someone on screen, but without great character writing, without like, the three-dimensional aspect that is required to make a character a great character and one who we can connect to, then it's hollow. It's not authentic. It acknowledges these people exist in society, that they are people. Yes, it acknowledges that our world is not just made up of white people. But we need and we deserve the type of writing and all other elements that go into the creation of media that white people and white characters have always gotten. Yes, and it reinforces that white is not the default.
It's not So now let's just switch gears a bit and focus now on Wasian popular media created by actual Wasian people. The Wasian character portrayed by the mixed race Asian is far less metaphorical. And through the removal of this trait of...
So I'm wondering if Wasians can't find that same joy in seeing Wasian representation. It's because if Wasians are trying to connect to other Wasians on the fact that they're both white, that's hollow. Like, what the fuck is that? But if Wasians are connecting to Wasian characters, but also non-Wasian characters, because again, the experience of being otherized, the experience of being caught in between two different worlds is not one that is unique to Wasians. So if Wasians are not connecting with Wasian representation, it's because there's something in the way that that character is depicted that is not reflective of something in their own experience that then they're not connecting over. So that's why like this SF Wasian event, that's why it started to get into weird territory when people were like, yes, Wasians connecting over the fact that we're both half white, that like so much emphasis being placed on them being white, which gets weird.
The Wasian person just being like a stand-in for a bridge between culture.
And I mean that by like pretending as if that's an experience that's unique to Wasians, but also that then kind of opening the door to go down this problematic path of, oh, being white is good. I'm really enjoying this discussion. I feel seen. Good. I'm glad. I think it's an important one to have. And I want to emphasize again that Asian Americans are not a monolith. Asians are not a monolith. There's such a diversity of cultures in and across Asian countries. And in America, the Asian American experience is also not singular.
We can feel a palpable sense of loss coming from these works. In the mixed Asian metaphor, Chu finds that, quote, these novels are largely about unremarkable middle-class people without political or intellectual ambitions. What links mixed Asian characters is not only a vague experience of racial non-belonging, but also a gnawing uncertainty about how much this experience actually matters even to themselves. Yet the mixed Asian novel has far more to teach us about Asian America today, precisely because it doesn't have much to say at all. Asian America is not an idea for these authors, but a sensation, a mild, chronic homesickness. Indeed, to read the mixed Asian novel will be to ask ourselves if Asian America can be anything but this kind of heartbreak, unquote. And one place where I really see this idea of like a mild, chronic heartache really playing out is in the indie pop musings of musicians like Olivia Rodrigo, Leve, Mitski, and Conan Gray.
I love the fact that I'm mixed race. And if you're mixed race and you don't like the fact that you're mixed race,
Stop being silly. What these musicians really have in common is within their lyrics, they're discussing a lot of feelings of pain and of longing and of wanting to belong throughout all of their discographies. A phenomenon which some people have gone on to describe as... And while for the most part, these artists aren't overtly talking about their mixed race identity, if you're looking for it in their lyrics, it's something that you can definitely find. It doesn't take that much work. Let's take Olivia Rodrigo as a prime example of this. Olivia sings about a lot of typical young adult experiences, like heartbreak, jealousy, feeling insecure about her appearance. And another thing about her is that she is like so obsessed with Sabrina Carpenter. That blonde girl. And not even in like the sense that you would assume someone would be like jealous.
Oh my God, yeah. Wait, I forgot about Driver's License.
Lover. It goes way deeper than that. With her references to Sabrina Carpenter's
song,
just
though.
like crazy beauty,
Good night,
her
champagne cyclist.
Bridget Bardot essence, her long blonde hair, her puff pastry skin. There's just so much being said in what isn't being said here because, let's be honest, Sabrina Carpenter is kind of like the Hollywood beauty standard in all its white glory. In the song Lacey off of her 2023 sophomore album Guts, Rodrigo sings about a bombshell blonde Bridget Bardot reincarnate with like perfect skin, and she's just like so gorgeous. And she ends the song off by singing, "Lacey, oh Lacey, I just loathe you lately, and I despise my jealous eyes and how hard they fell for you. Yeah, I despise my rotten mind and how much it worships you." And when we think about these lyrics in relation to Olivia's Wasianness, we can understand them as an extension of discussions we've had previously in this video about Wasian people being in this weird in-between spot of being half white and being perceived by a lot of people as being basically white, but also being othered enough to never be really considered truly white. It's a confusing space to be in. And it's really clear to me that this is something that Olivia does understand about herself, especially with the lyric talking about how she despises her rotten mind for thinking this way. But yet it seems to be an idea that's just like ingrained in her mind, working in this predominantly white industry that is so focused on appearances. This song also reminds me of a lyric from Letter to My 13-Year-Old Self by half Icelandic, half Japanese singer-songwriter Laufey. In the song, as the name suggests, Laufey is speaking to her 13-year-old self who is constantly insecure. Again, a topic that can be applied to most 13-year-olds. But here, she specifically sings, "I'm sorry."
Have you seen the baby doll dress contest? I don't even think I'm getting into that. I just tell people to look up baby doll fashion from like the 1950s and 60s.
That they picked you last, tried to say your foreign name and laugh. I know that you feel loud, so different from the crowd of big blue eyes and long blonde hair and boys that stare. And these lyrics can undoubtedly be linked to the Wasian experience, this mournful feeling of in-betweenness, of not being able to really fit in on either side. But this also, to me, points out a huge issue in, I guess, trying to define what it means to be Wasian. Wasian people are obviously whole people who exist way more than this feeling of loss. But what we can understand from the mixed Asian metaphor and from a lot of the lyrics in the sad Wasian trope is that this feeling of heartache, this feeling like you don't belong, is always so central to discussions of Wasianness. And there seems to be this inherent lack of discussions of experiences of joy. And this is by no means like a problem with these musicians. This is like a super valid way of feeling. I feel that way, but I just think it's interesting how that aspect of Wasianness is often forefronted in discussions of identity. Another trope I found interesting in discussing sad Wasian music was this emphasis on wanting to be a perfect American. Both Olivia Rodrigo and Mitski have emphasized this need in their music to be seen as the perfect all-American. In their respective tracks, All-American Bitch and All-American Girl.
Did not know that was a genre, but also, yeah, that is a genre.
Two songs that deal with the pressure of fitting into American ideals of girlhood and womanhood, and really bring us back to our previous discussion about the idea of the American cultural melting pot. This idea that, you know, we can like all come together to create this one unified American identity, which is really just like false, because this American identity is really based around whiteness. The thing is that this is like literally what people want from Olivia Rodrigo. People want Olivia Rodrigo to just be like the perfect Asian American, in the sense that, yes, people admit that she is undoubtedly a person of color, but at the same time, people really do not seem to want to claim her as Filipina. They don't want her to be the Filipina icon. Since her early days of stardom, Olivia has always been very open about her pride and her Filipina heritage, talking about how excited she is to get to be like this Filipina role model for children, because she didn't get to really see this representation growing up.
I'm Olivia Rodrigo. I'm a Filipina. I'm a Lumpia fan. I'm a daughter and a granddaughter and a great-granddaughter. I'm an American.
And people have been very critical of this take. Firstly, people are critical of her talking about herself kind of like as like a Filipina
She did sound like Frogan.
Icon, seeing that as, in a way, her tokenizing herself and putting herself...
Yeah, I will say people are weird about Olivia Rodrigo. Just kind of all around weird. And I've definitely seen a lot of like, you're not Filipina, you're white. You're a pretty white girl. And it's like, okay, hold on a sec. So she's half Filipina, and she is claiming her Filipina heritage. It's not like she's standing out there going, I'm a white woman and I'm proud of it. Yeah, I mean, it's the fucking internet, and everybody's weird about everything and everyone. Like, who the fuck are you to say that? Yeah, it's like when people say I'm a white woman, and I'm like, don't say that. Don't say that I'm a white woman. As in you're erasing my experiences as an Asian woman in a white country, in like a country that has very much seen me as an Asian woman. Like, that erases the racism and specific fetishizing I have experienced as an Asian woman in this country. Yo, C, what's up? They acting like she's Cameron Diaz. Like, they get mad when she says I'm Filipina, when she's proud of being Filipina.
In this icon position that no one asked her to be in. But also, a lot of people have been like, if you're going to be my Filipina representation, you better show your work. You better prove yourself as being validly Filipina, which I think is kind of silly. I don't know how more she could prove it. She's literally Filipina, but...
Anybody can claim being Asian, but it's kind of like math. You got to show your work.
I do understand that Filipina representation popular media has pretty much always been represented by Wasians, and that half Asians who are half white obviously do benefit from some of their white features. And that's something that we should definitely be talking about. But the discussions we should be having shouldn't be this cooked. Like, if you're the kind of person who is out there saying, if you're really Asian and proud of it, then why aren't you collabing with BTS? Like, you're not my friend.
As far as the larger Asian group claiming her and putting her up as the Asian artist that we have, the Asian queen, I think we got to see.
Hate is hate negates what racialized people are saying when they're discussing their experiences. I saw the white on white racism debate come up. I think that's mislabeled. Hate Def is not colorblind, and saying so in a discussion of racism. Colorism does in fact negate from the discussion argument. Yeah, I think it's really important to understand the differences in, say, racism that I experience as a perceptively Chinese person. I mean, maybe not specifically Chinese, but East Asian, okay, versus racism that somebody who's Pakistani or somebody who is Southeast or South Asian experiences. Like, yeah, no, it's not, it's not hate is hate, because it is important to it is important to understand and address the specific type of racisms that affect different people in the same way that anti-blackness is a specific form of racism. It's not to be included generically with all racism.
More work, you're going to have to show up and do something with Paradise Rising, which is the Filipino arm of 88 Rising, or work with 88 Rising, or work with BTS.
While there should be more representation of monoracial Asian musicians, specifically here Filipino musicians, it doesn't make any sense for me for people to just try to gatekeep people who are just talking about being proud of their heritage. Like, I really don't see what that does for anyone. Like, the only reason that Olivia is getting this hate is because she's so open about her heritage. She could also just not do that and just identify as being American, but that would be at the risk of having all of her identity wiped away. And is that fair? No. Like, to me, it's just kind of funny that the sad Asian genre is marked by this sense of heartache. And then the response that Olivia is getting just makes this whole issue like way more of a problem. It just perpetuates this issue because at the end of the day, I don't know, like Asian people fighting other Asian people to get represented isn't that helpful. It's definitely more of a systemic issue, and we should be looking elsewhere to...
Don't tokenize. Don't treat this as a zero sum. Don't view this as, you know, white people get the majority of the pot, so we have to fight over for the scraps. So therefore, we need to get rid of affirmative action because affirmative action is what's keeping Chinese and Japanese from getting into Harvard. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Affirmative action. Oh my God. I actually don't want to get into the affirmative action conversation because it makes me so fucking mad. Makes me so mad. And guess what? After affirmative action was overturned in 2023, has it resulted in the leaps that were predicted to be had in the overturning of affirmative action? The leaps for Asian American students in college admissions? No. The way you can me trying to read your nice comment and I can't speak. I can't articulate. The way you can articulate what I think is refreshing, I can't always say what I mean, so thank you. Thank you. That is so kind. I appreciate that. It's one of the best compliments that I can receive, and I really do appreciate hearing that because I don't always feel that I am articulating and communicating my ideas to the best of my ability in the ways that I want to. So it helps to hear that these are conversations that are great and informative and helpful, and people can pop in and participate or sit there and just listen.
Fight this battle. Through this discussion of the sad Asian trope, alongside the reactions people have had to Olivia Rodrigo's heritage, there seems to be this sense of hopelessness, this feeling that you'll never be able to fully feel comfortable in your racial identity. And the thing about this is it's not true, and it's something that is a common feeling that I've certainly felt and a lot of other people I know have felt. We're gonna table this conversation and come back to it in a second. Yes, we are all aware that Hollywood has a problem with casting Asian men. Asian men are rarely, if ever, cast as romantic leads. Oftentimes, they're just not viewed in pop culture and in like American society.
It's because the differences in how Asian women are stereotyped versus Asian men often has to do with sexualization, but it's the opposite. So Asian women being hypersexualized, Asian men being desexualized, being treated as non-sexual. Therefore, say in the area of romance, traditionally, historically, Asian men have not been allowed to play these roles because they have not been seen as romantic leads.
As large as being particularly masculine. They're not seen as being very sexually desirable, which is obviously a problem. Asian men aren't very well represented in American cinema, especially when it comes to romantic roles, and especially when it comes to leading romantic roles.
Tier 1.
That being said, we're kind of seeing a turning of the tides here with a boom in popularity of the leading Wasian man. Think Will Sharp in White Lotus, Henry Golding from Crazy Rich Asians, Charles Melton in May December, and you know what? I'm just going to throw him in the mix. Markiplier. Markiplier is a leading Wasian man to me. And it's kind of like hard to deny the fact that all of these men do conform to certain beauty standards. They're fairly built, they have their handsome Squidward-ass jawlines, they're undeniably masculine in their appearance. And the decision to cast these men in leading Asian roles has been controversial, to say the least. And honestly, it's understandable to me. People were losing their minds when half Malaysian, half white actor Henry Golding was cast as the romantic lead in Crazy Rich Asians. And again, I can see where this anger would be stemming from. You know, this movie is a big deal. It's the first film since 1993 that has a full Asian cast, like the second in the history of Hollywood. And producers are choosing to cast a half-white man when Hollywood has this history of not seeing Asian men as leading romantic men. I can understand where that frustration would come from. And honestly, the whole casting process of Crazy Rich Asians just seemed like a nightmare to me. Apparently they wanted to have like Constance Yu be a white woman, which doesn't make any sense, but go off. But based on this fear
they love to do that.
White American audiences wouldn't be
Look, I have a lot of love for Crazy Rich Asians, not because another Kwan. We've mentioned Nancy Kwan, and now we're mentioning Kevin Kwan. Another Kwan family member wrote Crazy Rich Asians. I have a lot of love for Crazy Rich Asians because it was a historic moment. It was the first time that an all-Asian cast was in a major motion picture since 1993, the year after I was born. It took almost 20 years. No, 2003, 2003, it was like 25 years in between Joy Luck Club and Crazy Rich Asians. And when Crazy Rich Asians came out, it was it was a wonderful experience to watch it. But also I recognize that Crazy Rich Asians is not a catch-all in representation, nor should it be. Now, I think it's fair to point out things like, okay, Henry Golding getting cast to play Nick, who is a Singaporean man and he is biracial. Sure, right? Pointing out how, once again, Hollywood loves to use the illusion of multiracial representation and use, it's like palatable diversity because they still are catering to a white audience. But I also want to kind of caution from expecting films that are films that are primarily diverse casts and diverse stories from having to be everything. In the same way that it's like these films shouldn't have to make hundreds of millions of dollars in order to be seen, in order for these stories and diverse characters to be seen as viable, as like acceptable for white people. It's very frustrating that this is still a thing, that executives and producers in Hollywood will look to see the success of a film that has 2 black actors in it as a way to decide if they're going to greenlight another project that has 2 black actors in it, in the way that You, Me, and Tuscany, this film that just came out with Reggie Jean-Paul and Halle Bailey, a black screenwriter and director of another project said, I need this film to do well because my film is being held up right now. And it is the producers are waiting to see the success of You, Me, and Tuscany, or else they're like, nope, we can't greenlight this. So there very much still are these impossible standards for marginalized filmmakers and storytellers to have to meet in order for our stories, our lives to be seen as like economically viable for the film industry. It's bullshit how many white movies, how many white directors, how many white actors have flopped at the box office, and yet white films, white characters, directed by white directors, written by white screenwriters, have been the majority, have been, the almost the entirety of our film history. Didn't Viola Davis have similar issues with getting Woman King made? Yes, there's always the issues, always. And so Crazy Rich Asians was enormously successful, which was important because of that pressure, those standards on films that are not white movies. And it's not fair. And also, Crazy Rich Asians, the first major motion picture to have an all-Asian cast since 1993, shouldn't have to check every box when it comes to representation and presenting the Asian American experience, because that is not a monolith. That is not presented in like one story. Or the person has to pretend to be another race. It's a whole weird thing where the actors cast as their parents over-explain they're a different race.
Able to relate to the film, therefore it wouldn't do that well. This does lead me to believe that, I'm pretty sure that Henry Golding was cast in this role because he's Wasian. The thing is, too many people were taking this out directly on Henry Golding.
Right,
in
it's
a
not
way
Henry's
that
fault.
If I was in his shoes, would have driven me to absolute insanity. He was put in this position in the casting of this film where his Asianness was at the same time extremely validated, but also just completely put into question. Like, people everywhere were just like, is he Asian enough to play this role? Like, they should have someone full Asian because Henry Golding isn't Asian enough. And I think there could have been a little more nuance in those discussions because people were bringing up a valid point, but the way they were saying it was, again, like the Olivia Rodrigo situation, not that useful, I find. It was just kind of like mean. And I find this recurring issue of Asian men being cast as full Asian leading roles to be pretty interesting, because that's so different from what we just saw in the YA Asian representation. Their Asianness was kind of seen as being somewhat vague and more linked to whiteness, whereas the Asian man is often cast as Asian because of his white features being more palatable for white audiences. And this is undeniably really gross. And I think just links to a big theme when it comes to talking about representation in Hollywood, which is colorism. And a lot of different racial groups have had an issue with this. Notably, the Black community has had a lot of problems with colorism within Black representation. I'm just going to play a clip of this TikTok that I think talks about it really nicely.
If you haven't noticed, every coming-of-age show on Netflix, Hulu, Prime, etc. typically has a light-skinned biracial Black girl as a lead or as a supporting character. One of the biggest criticisms that's been voiced by Black women, as well as just Black folks in general, is this dwindling representation of unambiguous Black women on screen, particularly as main characters. For example, in the early 2000s, we had shows like...
This is not exactly my problem, one of my problems with One Battle After Another. But certainly the depiction of actresses, the depiction of characters played by actresses who are not lighter skinned actresses, who are not mixed race Black actresses, versus Chase Infinity. There is something in there. There is something in there about, say, Regina and Tiana's characters versus Chase's character. And Chase has this full arc and also gets to be a hero in her story. So somebody who's smarter than I am sure has a TikTok or something.
Like Ant Farm, Drew Jackson
something
VP,
on that, but
and Coco Jones starring in Let It Shine. But unfortunately, what we're now seeing is this trend of light-skinned biracial girls playing fully black characters. This ultimately raises the larger question of, does blackness have to be diluted to be marketable? I don't know if you remember, but during the pandemic, Coco Jones released a video about what happened to her career and why she kind of fell off after Let It Shine. And in this video, she talks about how she was constantly told she was not marketable enough. Now, if you're watching that video in live time, you would see that a lot of people were commenting / comparing her to Zendaya, and how, you know, despite the fact that Zendaya was never mentioned by name, that's what a lot of people jumped to. And it really enforces this larger point that I'm trying to make, where it seems like the marketability of blackness is contingent upon having a black female in close proximity to whiteness through a romantic relationship or a friendship, or by simply casting a black girl that is half white. If you haven't noticed, there is definitely a biracial look in Hollywood. From what we've been discussing, it should be clear that the ideal biracial has white features, sand color / graham cracker colored skin, and 3B or 3C hair. But what's problematic about Zendaya serving as one of the few examples of black femininity on screen is that it really oversimplifies what it means to be a mixed race person, and in this case, a mixed race woman. Mixed race black people come in all different shades, have different features, and there's no one way to be biracial, and there should be.
And the other thing I want to point out is that when people raised criticism of a lot of the black female characters in the story, people would always point to Chase Infinity. They'd be like, well, no, your criticism is not legitimate because of Chase Infinity's character. And I'm like, well, no, okay. One character being more just having a better journey, having more of a role than others does not mean that that criticism is canceled out. And going back to this topic here of colorism in Hollywood, of lighter skinned actresses getting to play the lead roles, getting to play the fully dimensional characters and have their stories, you know, we're with them from start to finish.
No ideal biracial look. So when you constantly put out biracial girls that all look the same and have similar features, it upholds this idea that there's only one way to be biracial. And it's also harmful to fully black girls because they're really not seeing themselves in actresses like Zendaya. And while you could argue that Zendaya does look like some fully black girls who just came out light-skinned but have two black parents, at the end of the day, the majority of black girls with two black parents do tend to look darker than Zendaya. And so to have her be, you know, their representation is very much misleading and ultimately harmful.
And this is pretty much the way that people felt about the casting of Golding in Crazy Rich Asians, fearing that his portrayal of an Asian man with Asian features would perpetuate unrealistic ideas of what an Asian man is supposed to look like, reinforcing this idea that Asian men aren't desirable. I don't have that much time to go into it, but I'm gonna post an article in the description that talks about some of the other issues of colorism that were present in the casting of the film, specifically talking about the ways that darker skinned Asian people were represented poorly within the film. But back to the topic at hand,
Yeah, I mean, they did this with The Hate U Give, where the character that Amandla Stenberg was cast to play is canonically dark-skinned. She's a dark-skinned black character. Amandla Stenberg is half white. Now, it's not Amandla Stenberg's fault, right? This is not to lay the blame at her feet or say that she's not, like, I don't want to get into kind of the territory of questioning her personal identity, but this speaks to the casting decisions and the problems in casting decisions today, even in a more progressive world where there have been leaps and bounds made insofar as representation, but that there are still continuing problems.
I do think that Henry Golding is a valid Asian. I don't think he needs me to say that. I think, yeah, it's obvious. But I think that if there was better representation of full Asian men in Hollywood, this casting wouldn't be a huge issue. I think that Golding has like the right to portray a full Asian character. I don't think that's like crazy. But in the place we're at today with the representation of Asian men, I do understand why people would be upset about that. I think
Singapore is an incredibly diverse place. There are many, many different cultures. Crazy Rich Asians does not show Tamil Singaporeans or South Asian Singaporeans. Yes, but there is a specific type of Singaporean who's depicted in that film. So as I said, I don't deny that within Crazy Rich Asians, there are issues to be found, but also I was still defensive of that film because of how fucking bad it was. It is. It continues to be out here. Where it's like, yeah, I mean, the fact that this is the first all Asian cast film since Joy Luck Club in 1993, that's bad. That is not good. Remember Emma Stone getting cast as an Asian woman?
Always just comes back to this idea that we just need generally better representation. We just need more Asian actors in general of all ethnic groups. More Asians in film, please.
And Asians
May
in a
December
rom-com.
tells the story of actress
Manny.
Elizabeth Berry, who travels to an affluent suburban neighborhood in Savannah, Georgia, to research her role in a film based on the story of 59-year-old Gracie and her 36-year-old husband Joe, who faced controversy 23 years prior when Gracie became pregnant with then 13-year-old Joe's baby. May December is based very, very loosely on the similar story of Mary Kay Letourneau and 12-year-old Billy Falau. The keyword here is loosely. The story is not a direct adaptation, but it certainly was influenced by this story. So the film was criticized for the decision to cast Charles Melton as Joe, as Billy Falau is a Pacific Islander. On one hand, of course, yes, I do understand the criticism, and they could have done a better job of speaking with him. At the end of the day, this was a very loose adaptation, and it's not like they were casting Charles Melton as Falau himself. They did completely rework this character to be very clearly stated as half Korean, half white. So I think it's kind of like a muddy gray area there when it comes to adaptations and how loose is too loose, what are the ethics behind that. But regardless, we're just going to talk about the film for a bit. While most people have focused on the film's discussion of gender roles and the obviously messed up manipulative relationship the film portrays, May December is a film about a half Korean, half white man portrayed just so beautifully by Charles Melton. The film was praised for the ways in which Melton was able to capture a 36-year-old father of three who had never fully grown up himself, being manipulated into living a life of seclusion in an overwhelmingly white neighborhood. And while not the main focus of the story, the film certainly questions the ways in which we understand Asian men as being submissive, with Joe being stripped of his culture at the hands of a white woman. And while the hot for teacher trope is nothing new in pop culture, this racial aspect of Joe's character certainly kind of changes the way we see this narrative. As he assimilates into this white neighborhood, Joe's half Korean, half white identity is still of note, and the ways in which he discusses it is quite interesting. In a group conversation for the Represent Asian project, Rebecca Gao writes, "There's a scene where he says, 'We're the only Korean family, half Korean family.' And they really push that theme, as well as that he's half Korean, which is really interesting. I don't know what to make of that. Like, if that character is also trying to grasp on to, like, a certain type of whiteness. Like, he's trying to claim to be more a part of this family. And while Joe's relationship to whiteness is certainly an interesting discussion.
You know, I think I took that line to mean, I'm sure there's many meanings you can derive from it, but one meaning that I found was that he was making the point that there's no diversity in the environment he grew up in. The fact that their family is half Korean, but they are still like the diversity representation in their community because of how predominantly white it is. Because that was something that I felt as well, where it was like, man, the fact that there are so few people of color, Black and other people of color that I'm growing up around, and my family is half Asian, and yet we are like the diverse representation. And also that the way my experience was so, I was so otherized, which was hard for me to understand, because it was like, okay, but we're only half Asian, which I'm not saying that that's right, but it was trying to come to terms with, well, if we were like a fully immigrant family, I would understand people not thinking that we are a part of this, that we're American. But my dad was born in California. My family's half Asian, and still this is the experience. Yeah, it's like half otherized, but it's full otherized.
One thing I particularly loved about the film was Joe's relationship to his children, who are 1/4 Korean, and the complex ways in which he tries to relate to them while he is still, for the most part, in somewhat of a childlike state himself. The scene on the roof, literally had me messed up for weeks. I found it so beautiful and heartbreaking. It was so good. Charles Melton deserves so much praise for that role. It's crazy. Curiously, this relationship between Joe and his son also links back to our favorite piece of writing from this video, the mixed Asian metaphor. Chu writes, quote, "If mixed Asian protagonists struggle to rear children in these novels, that is because in many ways the mixed Asian still resembles a child trapped in a state of perpetual immaturity by their failure during the critical window of childhood to inherit a clear narrative about their own racial identity." Here we come back to the idea of the Asian protagonists as directionless, as they're unable to place themselves in a really clear box, leading to this feeling of longing and loneliness, of emptiness. While the film definitely doesn't stray from a lot of these feelings of isolation and emptiness, of not belonging, the relationship between the Asian actors cast in the film was just full of meaning. In an interview with Elizabeth Yu, who plays Joe's daughter in the film, she wrote that on set, quote, "Charles Melton gifted me crying in H Mart by
Emperor to white people, Chinese is Chinese.
Michelle Zahner for
all
a
the
rap
above.
gift, and it was revolutionary. Within the first 10 words, I was crying. That idea that when your ethnic parent dies, that ethnic part of you dies with them is crazy. My grandmother passed away this past year, and that was a huge moment for me on my journey of being mixed. She's the only Asian woman I have to look up to aside from my aunt. I never got to talk to her because of the language barrier, so I would only talk to her in one-word sentences. It made me reminisce about my childhood and growing up with her. My time with her was surrounded by Korean culture." And this quote just really made me stop and think about the beautiful moments I've been able to have and to share with my Asian and Wasian friends and family, of being able to find community and links to my culture outside of societal understandings of race and of mass media representation. Hearing my grandfather talk about our hometown, of eating congee with my mother, of dressing up for Lunar New Year with my friends. While so many Asian narratives are just based in this erasure and feeling of emptiness, there's so much joy in connecting to your culture and figuring out how it shapes you as an individual within your own communities and families, as opposed to Asianness just being this one mass experience. And hearing about moments like this between you and Melton is just really nice to hear. While this film might not be in any way groundbreaking in terms of representation of
it's on hold, which translates to not happening, or certainly not happening anytime soon.
Asian men or Asian men, it was just really nice to see these actors being able to work together in a way that just felt so sincere and meaningful. Seeing this connection and sense of belonging even when the characters themselves might feel kind of lost. It's a rare moment where you can see this very clear joy fill up this feeling of emptiness that we associate so closely with the Asian experience. I think it's safe to say that Hollywood, beyond having representational problems with Asian communities, has representational problems to begin with. Hollywood narratives are often built around archetypes and stereotypes and thrive on making characters palatable to white audiences through putting them in boxes. Moving forward, while it would obviously be nice to see more complex Asian and Wasian representation, one thing I think we can gather from this video is that Wasian identity is so complex and is really not something that you can just put in a box. In doing my research, I spoke to half Filipino, half white, Alberta-born Ethan, who talked to me a bit about his experiences of growing up mixed in a predominantly white Canadian suburb, and I would just like to share some of his experiences.
My name is Ethan. I'm half Filipino and half white. I was born and raised in Calgary, Alberta. So my mom is Filipina and my dad is white. She immigrated here like in the 80s. She was originally a nanny. Like in the 80s, Canada had like a program that like encouraged Filipino nannies to come over. And yeah, the rest is history. I think like growing up Wasian or half, very interesting experience and something I didn't reflect on until I was older. But like I grew up in a white suburb for the most part, and I grew up with white culture predominantly. You know, my mom shared a lot of her culture via cooking and some stories. We never learned Tagalog.
That's the funny thing is like being told that I was not a part of white culture. And I remember being like, but I like hamburgers. I like McDonald's cheeseburgers. I like it's like all the parts of white culture. But I went, well, hold on a second. White is one cheeseburger.
So I actually grew up like really disconnected from my Filipino side. Like besides, you know, listening to my mom speak Tagalog, her making pancit and like adobo. That's about it. I grew up a lot like on, you know, country western, all that type of stuff. Kind of more, I guess, like traditional Western Canadian values. Everyone struggles with identity and everyone goes through their own, you know, personal, you know, path in regards to finding out
Bet you've never done meth. Not on purpose.
who they are. And I just think if you're half white or Wasian, you have to put like a lot more effort into finding that outside of kind of traditional places and spaces. When you're like a kid, you know, growing up in white suburbs, you don't fit in with white kids. You don't have, you know, like the cabin. You don't have that same kind of like, you know, upbringing. I think like you search in media for like the opposite of that. And I think honestly for
I have no idea why Disney refuses to sponsor me. It's so crazy. It's not like I say things like I didn't do meth on purpose.
For me, it's like hip hop, I think played a huge part in raising me. You know, I always grew up, I think like the otherness aspect, it's like I was really into like punk when I was younger, hip hop, you know, I was like a goth for a bit. And I think it's like a lot of that is like trying to, when you don't have like a solid identity culturally, except for my whiteness part of myself, which I rebelled against and resented for a long time. I think like I found a lot of identity through like, you know, art, music. I think that's kind of like the big thing I grew up with, like watching like Belly, all those like gangster movies.
Right,
like
yes.
you always like kind of side with like the anti-hero. You always kind of like the gangster because, you know, it kind of represents the antithesis to like normative culture, which is at least where I grew up, white culture. I think it's like the otherness that comes from being half is super interesting because you'll never like really fit in on either side.
Golf
so
is very
just
white.
have to do your own thing, you know.
You should go support Ethan. Follow him on Instagram. Follow his band, Sonica. I've put the links to both the accounts in the bio. Thank you, Ethan. But yes, I love the way that Ethan put this because it's really different from my experiences of trying to come to terms with my own racial identity. But at the same time, I feel like both our experiences really both point to the same idea. There is so much value in community, and there is so much value in coming together to resist normative white culture. Much like Ethan, while I have, to like a small extent, seen myself in Wasian media, who I am is so complex. I am an amalgamation of all the experiences that I've had that build to create a full person. Through researching this video, I've really come to terms with the fact that there's no universal Wasian experience, and there's so much joy in just figuring out how you personally relate to your Wasianness. Wasians aren't metaphors. We're not symbols of cultural grief. We're not a bridge between cultures. We're not living every moment of our lives desperately longing to fit in. Wasian people deserve to feel whole in their representation, which exists in a plethora of ways. All the Wasian artists I've discussed today, while they can and should be aware of industry colorism and mixed race privilege, are valid in their ethnicities, and their mixed race stories deserve to be shared in a multitude of ways. It's so important that we be gentle with ourselves and with others and focus instead on
conclusion,
fighting
Wasians are
systems of
people
power
too.
in Hollywood that are upholding these stereotypes, because at the end of the day, like, Asians fighting Asians for representation isn't super helpful. There should be lots of representation. We should all have a space to have our voices heard. We have so many wonderful stories to share and should be sharing them. But yes, to close things off, we should focus on being gentle with ourselves and being gentle with other members of the Asian community, of finding joy in places that might feel empty, and remembering that above all else, we're whole people. Thank you so much for watching this video. This one was really special to me. I put a lot of work into the research. I had a lot of joy in speaking to people and
Thank you, Queen.
just talking about this subject. It's not something that I get to speak on at such length so openly. So if you stuck around this long, that means a lot to me. If you want to support this channel, you can subscribe, you can like.
Oops. Oh, monthly video essays about the intersection of pop culture and politics. Two essays. Sorry, kind of cut her off at the end, but like, subscribe, you know how it goes. 2 video essays that we watched. Well, one of them was not really a video essay, but both from YouTubers who specifically in their YouTube bios say they are at, they speak at the intersection of pop culture and politics, which we are all about here. So that is the discussion on that. And last thing I would say is AAPI month is more than just Wasians, more than just these events that are really highlighting and specifically marketing Wasians. So yeah, happy AAPI month to all. To all. You should sue. Yes, because I'm the first person who has done commentary at the intersection of pop culture and politics. Poplitics. I am the first. So anyway, thank you for participating in that conversation. I hope that for a lot of you, you feel seen, because again, I think the experience of feeling otherized, and alienated and isolated is a shared one, not just with Wasians, but it's a shared experience. And if this is not yours, maybe you learned something. Hopefully you learned something. Okay, cool. EXO loves you. Thank you for the tier 1. I am kind of talked out, I will say. I think that's what I got. Good night, great content. Thank you. I think I'm going to do a little bit of gaming though. I'm going to do a little bit of continuing mixtape. Are we going to have a sad Wasian song as our play out music? Well, now that I'm aware of the sad Wasian song genre, we will when I get to there. But yeah, let's do some mixtape and have a chill end to the night. You might actually finish the game. Wait, how much did I play yesterday? I thought I only played about an hour. I always learn at least something on your streams. I'm so fucking grateful for everything you talk about. Aw, thank you, Skullho. We do talks about a lot of stuff. We Talks all the time on the stream here. Lots of topics that we cover. And other ones that I go, nope. People, when they say, have you seen such and such discourse? I'm like, yes, and I shall not be participating. Oh, she's Southern now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm Southern now. Nandre just sent me a message. What the fuck? Chud game for Chud gamers. Enjoy, you fucking Chud. What do you have against Chuds? You fucking... What's you fucking white devil? What do you have against Chuds, you white devil? That's what I said back. He's behind you. Great. Great. My number one fan. You Jacobian devil. Okay. Let me get my cord and plug it in to my controller. All right. If you are heading out for the evening, just a reminder that tomorrow is my last stream ever. No, tomorrow's my last stream before I take off a nice long weekend. So I am very much eagerly anticipating this long weekend that I have coming up. I am going to EDC. I am going to be dancing under the electric sky. So if I don't see you tomorrow, then I will be back next week, Tuesday. And everybody else, I'm going to do some gaming, and then we are, that's good. Okay, let me turn the lights off. Will you be mad if I ask for a pic? No. I love meeting people at EDC. Okay, why is this not working? Don't accidentally do meth.
What was the best film
Don't accidentally do meth. Great advice.
of the 80s?
Blue Velvet.
Nope, not for me.
Gross. You're just saying that because you want to be alternative.
I'm artsy. I'm bohemian.
Aliens?
Not as good as Alien. Brazil?
Haven't seen
Haven't seen it.
What?
Pee-wee's Big Adventure?
Yeah, I fucking love that movie.
Great film. Dope
I'm
film.
a loner, daddy.
I want to be like Pee-wee
A
Herman.
rebel.
Sexually deviant?
No, like that scene at the end where he's crashing through all those different sets and situations.
Oh, sorry. I did not change my category. Okay.
And stuff. That's what I want when I get out of this place.
I thought she just said Wasians.
I want to try every flavor, see what I like, find out what turns me on, you know?
Sounds like sexual deviant.
What are you gonna do?
Just skipping some rocks
Look,
with friends.
I'd like to fuck around and lick all the ice creams, but I have a singular gift, a cause. It's a crushing responsibility.
Oh wow,
You mean
that rock
making
is going.
mixtapes?
I mean, pairing the perfect song for the corresponding moment.
How does that play out? In the real world, I mean.
How does it play out? Well, I get hired
Insane
by Violent
at
Sound to
skipping
become
rocks.
Bella Deltone's prodigy. She makes the best soundtracks. She's done every film I've ever loved. I amass the largest private collection of records and tapes in the continental United States. Move back west, Hollywood, probably. Score the great films of the next 5 decades. Then, when I die, my record collection is donated to the peoples of California.
Damn, she's got it all figured out.
Will you ever come back to the lagoon?
I shall deny I ever lived here.
Huh.
What about you?
I'm gonna rent till I'm
I'm
dead.
getting out of this town and I'm never looking back.
You ever gonna show us your album?
No, I should never have told you about the album.
I want to hear it.
Put it on a cassette for me.
God, no.
Oh my god.
This was my friends and I in high school, except instead of skipping rocks and being rebels like this, we would go sip coffee at the local
Cassandra's
coffee
dad
shop.
is quite literally a narc, and her mom's worse. They
Talking
don't let her
about
watch music
the big
videos.
things
I mean,
they were gonna
she
do.
got into college. What more do they want? What these narcs don't seem to realize is that an overbearing parental style breeds rebellion. This next track is State of the Heart by Australian band Mondo Rock, released in 1980.
Mondo
It
Rock.
matches the drapes. Your dad gonna be nosing around?
Nah.
Life
He's on
used to
double
mean
shift today and
something.
tonight. Shouldn't give us any trouble.
Your dad buzzes my kill. Or like, the other way around. He's so law and order, you know?
He's not even your dad.
Jeez, true.
Damn.
Heaven or Las Vegas? That is the question.
This room
Proctor
is
Twins,
so pink.
1990. I got cast in a shoegaze.
This room is so pink. It's like Julia Roberts' wedding and Steel Magnolias.
Just watch the ball.
Yeah, watch the ball crash into my fucking skull.
You'll be fine.
Oh, I so got this. Oh
You
my
got
god.
it.
Okay, wait, that was crazier than I thought. Okay, all right, I do play softball. I'm just gonna hit.
Nice swing.
Okay, sick. Sick. Yes! See? I knew I'd get it.
All
Okay.
good. Watch the ball.
Hey, Rockford, you suck!
Okay,
Hey,
we got
fuck you,
one.
Woodley, you piece of shit.
Nice. The bat's too small.
No, it's not.
Oh my god.
Holy
Get
shit.
out of here.
This is The Touch by Stan Bush, originally
I
released
told
in
you I got it.
1986 on the Transformers animated movie soundtrack. It's the cheese, the stuffed crust, the quattro formaggio. But this is my only sporting memory, and it feels tonally appropriate.
Totally appropriate.
And strikes out swinging.
I lost the touch. No, I got it back.
Wow. The sound that makes.
See, it's all about the drama. All about the drama. Woohoo!
Nice hit.
This is so fierce.
That ball is gone.
I'm on fire. In the pocket. This ain't no backyard baseball. You know what? Gotta get the drama up. Yep.
Why the hell are you quitting softball?
Yeah, why?
I guess this is my dad's plan, not mine. I've got the road trip, but I have no idea what I'm into, you know? And that kind of scares me.
But you're so good at it.
I feel like I'm running out of time.
To do what?
It's like how you love music. You know everything about it. It defines you. It makes me like you. People who have passions are hot, you know? I'm just a series of after-school programs.
Come on, girl. You're a teenager.
So, you're gonna burn it all down.
Yep.
Here she goes. Burning it down. Need them to be gay? They pretty much are.
I'm gonna make sure people find out it was me.
Yes, queen. Tell her it was me.
It'd be weird seeing last year's seniors at this party.
Right? Like, will they have the college aura?
Well, they seem, you know, grown up.
What does that mean, though? Like, disassociated? Bored of sex and drugs?
How could you get bored of it?
Cha.
Cha.
Cha. I was like locked
Silk
in there,
sheets.
but like,
What are you
just
telling your
listening
daughter
to
when
the
you buy her silk
conversation?
sheets?
They're saying...
I forgot I was playing.
baby. Get to a slipping and a slide.
This is definitely one of those games that I forget I'm playing.
Only Cassandra's mom is allowed to decorate the house. All proposed changes are deliberated via committee.
That baby goat.
This is the only portion of the room Cassandra is allowed to style in her own particular
Boy
idiom.
soul.
It consists of her road trip plans, a boy band poster, and a photo of me defiled. As I said earlier, the
That's
cause
definitely
much friction.
Backstreet Boys. Were any of you detention kids? Like you were just always in detention? Raise your hand if you were a detention kid.
Whose house?
And
Principal
summer school.
Rose.
Are you nuts?
He gave Slater's whole class detention. Collective punishment. He deserves it.
He's such a noob.
Didn't he already catch you TPing his house?
We've never TP'd his house.
We begged his house.
Yeah, smart.
And he caught you. He said he'd expel
But
you next
deserved.
time.
He may
That
suspect
bully
it was me,
deserved that.
but he'll never know. You in or out?
I gotta teach you two how to throw. I'm in.
Let's get some nice, even distribution.
Hell yeah! You got it!
Did anybody ever actually TP? Was that a thing? Like, I know it was a thing, but who actually did this?
All right.
Okay, did you do this to people that were your enemies, or was it also a way to, like, celebrate someone's birthday? Imagine doing this post-COVID toilet paper prices.
Oh, shit.
Strangers and friends, never enemies.
But I
Interesting.
do. Your hands may not be visible on this twin-ply tissue, but they are here. They hang on every branch. They soil every corner of my sanctum.
I'm gonna run.
No way, he'll see you.
You are expelled, Stacy Rockford.
Eggs were for enemies.
No more hiding. No more games. The expulsion is final, irrevocable. You will leave my school and you will not return.
You're such a dud.
I did it, and I'm gonna do it again!
Cassandra!
Cassandra Marino? Did Stacy
I did a bad
Rockford
TP
put you up
job.
to this?
I don't have the experience.
No idea who you're talking about.
She's amazing.
I know, right?
Come inside. We'll call your father.
Wow. Cassandra, that was so metal, though. They left her. It's because it's what she would have wanted.
We should plan a trip. Travel together, if Rockford doesn't bail.
Oh, come on.
Where would we go?
Where would you want to go?
Where is Pina Coladas?
That's
Fucking
not a
idiot.
place.
Fucking idiot.
Negroni?
I'll choose the place.
Let's go to LA.
Set to study the law. Destined to break it.
Oh, hell yeah.
If I had to break the spirit of someone held in captivity, I would use this wallpaper. I think this is a photo of Cass at band camp? Or
One
gym
time
camp?
at band camp?
Maybe softball camp.
God, that was the other line that was quoted all the fucking time.
If there's no booze at the Ritz, you think Camille Cole can spare us some drinks?
Oh, once we're there,
You could
leave
not
the booze to
escape
me.
one time
You
at
can't
band
rock
camp.
up with nothing. I can't deal with that kind of shame.
Still talking to what's his face?
Who? Cameron?
No, the one with the hair. His sister does track.
Oh, Harvey? Oh, no. I probably shouldn't say. It's embarrassing.
Well, now you've got to say.
Wait, is one time at
leave
band
it like
camp,
that.
is that like
He
specifically a millennial thing?
didn't want us to sin.
No way. Harvey's saving it for Jesus.
Don't tell anyone.
No, I won't. Or will I? I won't.
Yeah, it's from American Pie, which obviously is a millennial film, but I don't know if it's one of those lines that's crossed into Gen Z. Like, do Gen Zers say one time at band camp? Probably not, because the film was not as culturally relevant as it was to millennials. But do Zoomers know that line? Zoomers, do you know the line one time at band camp? Okay, wait, I have a great idea. Oh my God, no, people don't know it. People don't know it. Okay, pause. We should do a stream where we go through different like one-liners like that had or have enormous cultural understanding. And we should see like how many people know and see which lines, even if they're from decades ago, are still so culturally powerful that Zoomers say it today, even if they don't necessarily know where it comes from. And then ones that were really specific to an era. That would be wouldn't that be so fun? My sister's a millennial, so I know most of them. And I think it will show too if you had older siblings, if you had people who were showing you that stuff, even if you were of a different generation, then that plays a part too. Here's the line.
And one time at band camp, we weren't supposed to have pillow fights, but we had a pillow fight, and it was so much fun. And this one time, we all lost our music, and we were supposed to play this song, but we didn't know it. So we just made it up, and we kept playing and playing, and the conductor didn't know what we were doing, and it was so funny. So you're pissed about something, huh?
I love
You know
her.
what I do when I'm angry? I just play some Bach on my flute. It's so relaxing. I learned to do that at band camp.
Hold on. You have no idea why I'm angry?
Is it because we have a test tomorrow? Sometimes I get cranky when I know I have a big test to study for.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I thought so, because this one time at band camp...
What's your name?
Michelle.
Okay, Michelle. Do you want to be my date for the prom?
Really? You seriously want to go with me?
Yes, seriously.
Are we going to Steve Stifler's party afterwards? Because that would be so cool.
Sure. Whatever you want.
Cool. We're gonna have such a good time. It'll be like this one time at band camp when we all had a campfire.
Okay, so anyway, my older siblings practically spoke in movie quotes, and I watch the movies later and be like, oh, that's where it's from. Yeah, so you know stuff like that. If either you're a student of pop culture, if you had older siblings, or if it gets, like, sometimes older things become a trend on TikTok, right? Older celebrities or cultural things that then are reintroduced to a young generation, but in a totally different form. So for example, Shelley Duvall. When I did a tribute for to Shelley Duvall after she passed, surprisingly, a lot of Zoomers knew who she was, and that's because of TikTok. When it's like they don't actually know Shelley Duvall, the actress, but they know Shelley Duvall from, hi, I'm Shelley Duvall, from TikTok stuff. Anyway, I am getting so distracted now. Oops. But yeah, we should do that for a stream one night. It's like Bring It On American Pie has 6 movies. Yeah, but people really just...
You think we landed on the
moon? It's the
moon?
first one.
Oh God, I hate that shit. Of course we did.
Yeah, I'm up there all the time. Me and Bruce.
You mean Buzz?
I'm pretty sure it's Bruce.
Brucey. Why does it keep pointing?
This is the only portion of the room Cassandra is allowed to style in her own particular idiom. It consists of her road trip plans, a boy band poster, and a photo of me, defiled. As I said earlier, the cause of much friction.
The cause of much friction?
Nope, not doing it. I'm not sneaking around Cassandra's house. Her dad's a cop. Jenny fucking
Godspeed. Goodspeed.
Hello, girlfriend.
Cassandra!
Oh, Rockford. What's up?
I'm bored. I'm too young to be this bored. You want to get blackout drunk in a field?
I can't.
Doesn't have to be a field. Could be a ditch.
I just feel like I'm gonna barf. I'm gonna stay home. What are you gonna do?
Stay home, too, I guess. I hope you feel better.
Bye.
What's happening? I guess I'm gonna solo get drunk in a field. Chat, how are you enjoying this? I've seen nothing but hate. It's so funny because I don't know anything about this game, and I certainly have not been in any of the discourse.
It's good to hear you.
Sometimes an experience can't be categorized in a single genre. It's too complex. I find these situations difficult. You need a song that plays in counterpoint, something that fills the gaps, harmonizes, casts your feelings in relief. This is B.J. Thomas with Most of All, released in 1968.
Girl, I'd love to see you most of all. Well, I've been staring at the rain, and I've been thinking
Knocking all the chairs. Am I high or is she floating? What is going on? I don't know. I don't know.
Many times before, I know I swore that I'd come home to stay.
Trauma?
But it always seemed that foolish dreams and trains got in my way.
Is this right?
Tomorrow there'll be snow in Minnesota.
Just smashing into everything.
Oh
God. Is this sad Waisian music?
Heading for an old familiar station. Hoping you still love me most of all. Girl, you know I love you most of all.
God.
I miss you, baby, most of all. Tomorrow there'll be snow.
Friend betrayal. Cuts deep.
But I won't be around to watch it fall. I'll be heading for
Sometimes
familiar station.
the first betrayal you experience
Hoping you still love me most of all. Girl, you know I love you most of all. I miss you, baby.
How's Jenny fucking Goodspeed?
She's good. She's gonna be at the party tonight.
I like how it's always Jenny
Fantastic.
fucking Goodspeed.
Jenny likes you.
She called me a fat lesbo in junior high.
You said she had polio legs. My dad always says being a teenager is all carefree and shit. But it doesn't feel that way.
Uh-huh.
Everything feels huge. Everything's heavy. Everything's the end of the world. You know?
We have no point of reference. Maybe it just gets worse.
Well,
awesome.
Cassandra's pretty good at whatever her parents set their minds to.
What's rhythmic gymnastics for anyway? What's its purpose?
I don't think I understand the question.
Well, if the answer is rhythmic gymnastics, what is the question, you know? Beats me.
Huh? What's Rat Stash saying?
Your dad made you sign this?
Yeah. After we got busted.
I'm sick. Sick to my stomach.
I can never show my face again.
She would have been in that bar all night if Tommy Brewer hadn't called me.
After everything we've sacrificed. I tear my heart out for that girl.
You know that effort.
Oh, brother.
To fit in that precinct. To try and belong. God, if they found out about this.
It's her friends. They're criminals.
She has a mind of her own. As soon as school finishes, she's here. That's
The
perfect.
lighter.
2 months.
That thing is sick.
If she ruins this, if she drops out of college, she's not coming back here.
Just
They're criminals.
leave it there.
Oh, sure.
Not
What's our options if there's no stash at the
the
Ritz?
CD-ROM.
It'll be
as
there.
about.
But what if it's not? What if a possum shat in the De Bortolini's premium Pinot Grigio?
Don't even joke about that.
We could just hang out the front of Dan's and wait for someone cool to buy us booth.
Yeah, that's always plan C.
I feel like every town had that one sketchy liquor place, though, that you could get booze.
I can't believe I dated that guy. He got to second base.
Yeah, he's a garbage dump.
Why does this keep happening to me?
All these kids are messed up. You kind of validate them.
What does that mean?
I don't know. People are shit. And you make people feel like they're interesting, you know? When I met you, I thought I was just elevator music. Worthless. I was in the deep suck, but you looked at me and Slater like we were cool. Like we were the Ramones, you know? People are so preoccupied with their own self-loathing, they'll kill for a little ray of sunshine. Everyone's terrified they'll need to make some great change to be awesome. But no one wants to change, and you made me feel like I didn't have to.
Young love. You make me feel.
You got your eye on
They
anyone
are
tonight, Cass?
Lebanese.
You know, any college boy will do. Maybe Mark
Oh,
Rivera.
come on. Stop.
What's he listen to?
pretending.
Just alt stuff, I think. Pearl
Be
Jam,
with each other.
Green Day.
He's a meathead. Use him and lose him.
So cold, Stacy. The Mini Master. It died in my arms. It's a tragedy.
Let's pour one out.
I'll swap out the batteries.
Hello? Okay. Oh. Oh. It's harder than it looks. See? This is so...
Okay.
Great.
Got it.
You know what? Honestly, not that bad.
The Dino Park photos are still on here.
Yeah, I mean, I have no way of getting them off.
This was one of our greatest hits. Do you remember what we said that night?
I kind of thought that it might be possible to put them in backwards, and I was like, fuck. Dinos. Bodacious.
When did this place close?
Like 5 or 6 years ago now.
Shit. I remember coming here.
You think anyone's around?
Bodacious,
like, guarding the place?
Cretaceous.
Brenton Cole and his brothers got in and said there's a guard, but he just sits in a booth watching hockey replays, super wasted.
That's bullshit. There's no one here.
Why are the lights on?
Because it's cheaper than paying a guard. Whoa!
What a trip.
These things are crazy.
We're in the T-Rex pit.
Not into the T-Rex.
Whoa!
Too safe. Too mainstream. The Barry Manilow of dinosaurs.
Wow.
I remember this thing being
Sick
like
pick.
20 stories tall.
Still too dark.
Oh, shit.
Oh. Gotta get the lights on.
Oh. Those were some great photos. Most horrific, my dudes.
This is The Drunk Flamingo by Abraham Zimmel, who usually wrote jingles for commercials. Lucky for us, they also made this tight little number for a magical evening. I'd never heard it before tonight.
The speakers are totally still working.
Hell yes, dude. Now I can take a pic.
It's too dark.
Oh no, I can't.
Time for a photo.
Why did I think I had fixed the lights? Okay. Oh, they're posing for a photo? Oh, my bad. Wait. Wait. Oh. Oh. Oh, oh wait, you guys want me to, oh, I'll take a picture of you.
Yes, we got it.
Thank you, Stegosaurus. I'm a big fan of your work.
I love you, pretty
Why did I think it was a photo of us? Do you want another one?
Wicked. That's the stuff.
They were posing for like 2 minutes.
Got it.
How many pics do you guys want?
Let's go.
Why are you guys standing like that? Like, do you want more?
All right. All right.
They're following. Why are they following? Why is this like It Follows?
Nice. All right.
Okay. Oh, there's more to see.
How historically accurate is the pink T-Rex?
It's like, what else do you guys want?
Man. The dinosaurs are punk.
I think some are new wave. The tone is all over the place.
How many fucking pictures?
It's the long necks.
Imagine being swallowed by a brontosaurus. You'd be like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
When's it gonna end?
Oh, let me get my cam.
I'm gonna get everyone in the shot. Cass, you got shit in your teeth, but apart from that, it was great.
You got shit over your whole face.
So true.
The pterodactyl ride. We have to walk through it.
The brochure says, I remember this, that the ride shows the approximate life cycle of the pterodactyl.
Do you think it still
Man,
works?
it's so shitty.
I love it.
The Allosaurus is a most ugly carnivorous dinosaur that has no friends, Bogarts the joint and orders a hotel room with 2 single beds so he can push them together and hump the space in between. Huh.
Gross.
Most excellent. Let's get in.
This is literally the best day of my life.
Fuck off.
It's all it takes to restart a ride. Exactly.
Did you see that kid get punched at Jody's party?
Yeah, Jamie D, I know him.
What happened?
He spilled beer on Mike Heisler. One of his little goons sucker punched him.
Nice.
Caroline, you mentioned Meisner one time. Is that the technique you
Anyway,
trained in?
Mike Heisler.
If
He's
so,
an
what'd you think of
anomaly.
it?
Like, he's cool, but not in a traditional way.
I wouldn't say like
Is he,
the-
though? Yeah. He gets good grades.
I wouldn't
he's
say
super
the
smart, kind of hot in
technique
an
I'm
other
trained
way,
in,
but he parties
but
hard.
a technique.
People worship him.
I think there's value to it.
Here's the mama.
Look at its melons.
Mama!
The babies have stumpy little necks. I love them.
What's
Yo,
Mike Heisler up to
rides
these
used to
days?
be rides.
Last time I saw him at a party, he was surrounded by a crowd and he was trying to swallow a hammer.
We used to be a real
How?
country.
Like the small end first. Kind of deep-throating it and gagging. People loved it.
And that's hot?
It's hot that he doesn't give a fuck. The way nothing bothers him, people want that. They just don't want to be afraid.
In the land of fear, only the man
Have
who
I seen
swallows
the shoddy
hammers is
fake
free.
Jurassic Park ride in Nashville?
Ride has encountered an error. Please disembark and follow the lights to your nearest exit.
I can't believe they got the ride to work like that.
You think it's safe?
Oh yeah. This
Easily
whole
could have
place
had
is up to code.
a final destination moment.
This way's locked. I think we can get through here. Or get trapped.
Either way, we're advancing.
This looks like... Oh. This is like in The Descent. When there's creatures on the camcorder.
Wow. Check this. Ow!
I want to walk around like a giant monster mash. Scare the locals.
This actually is so sick.
Trespassing is dope. Crime is dope.
Crime is dope!
This should do it.
Bum, bum, bum. Oh! Oh! Okay. Fuck the police. Oh wow, I was really doing that for a while. Seven, eight, bum, ba-da, bum, ba-da, bum. Bum, ba-da, ba-da.
I read this thing that says
They're
we're
just
all
staring at me.
afraid. We just live according to where we see death.
Metal.
And where do we see death?
Well, jet pilots, cave divers, people who do wheelies, etc., they see death behind them. They're trying to outrun death.
Sick, that's me.
But people who stay inside, avoid the danger and parties and people, they see death in front of them. They don't want to walk out to meet it.
Whoa.
Where do you see death?
Death knows I'm not worth the trouble.
I am death.
I gotta get more pics.
Oh yeah, pics.
Nice pic. Undeniable evidence.
Undeniable evidence of awesome crime.
How do you define awesome
These
prom.
are so good.
Crime. But I'm doing it.
Coolio.
Sick. Pose again.
Let's go. Yeah.
Nice. These will be memories forever.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
The king of all kings. King of kings. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
We got it right tonight.
Oh yeah?
Just most of the time I'm wondering if I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, you know? To have the optimal teenage experience.
The teenage experience is unobtainable.
Yeah. It's like Bodacious Cretaceous. I remember the dinosaurs were so huge and alive. But coming back, they suck both ends.
They do suck both ends.
Difference is, being young, you never get to go back. No one remembers the suck.
Maybe. I guess Air
You can
Supply
go back
didn't
if you
write
find a
songs for
time
everyone,
machine.
But their greatest hits is kind of wall to wall.
It's like we're writing the albums. The greatest hits comes later, after it's all over.
Exactly.
We need more hits.
Like what?
Like parties and victimless crime and stuff.
Camille Cole is having her beach party again this year. We could go.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, I'll get us invited, but there's no backing out, okay? This is set in stone. You must promise.
Gotcha. Promise. What do you think, Slater? Could be a hit?
I'm just a Diplodocus, man. Waiting for the next comment.
Yo, that's that good weed. And then they burn up. When the edible hits.
I've been saving this for the party. For our greatest hit. Wailing Peasant Vodka. The drink for those who can't sink any lower. 74%. Illegal in 8 states.
Look at the warnings.
You're gonna get your stomach pumped.
Would you want to get drunk in literally
Scramble.
a second? It follows.
Come in.
No, it's worse. It's her cop dad.
There have been noise complaints.
Okay.
Do you children know anything about an abandoned
fucking
workers'
serious,
cottage in the
dude?
woods? Possibly some of your friends. What are their names?
We're not a narc.
We don't go in the
bitch.
woods, Dad.
Stacy, Van, could you step outside a moment?
No.
You're staying home tonight.
What?
Turd.
Bill Robbie down at the liquor store said kids have been in and out of there all day.
Oh my God.
Something's happening tonight, and I don't want you part of it.
You can't. This is our last night together. I told you about this.
No! You will stay home, goddammit! You're not going anywhere anytime soon.
What are you saying?
Pam Gavin saw you skipping class Thursday, and don't bother denying it, because I know it's true.
I
And there's
hate you.
this. Why do you have this? Stoners use these.
Because it's a sick lighter.
You went through my room?
You're smoking pot.
No.
Who gave you this? Those two out there?
No.
We've given you so much trust. But I can't bring myself to give you any more.
Dad.
You're not ready to be on your own, not so far away. And I can't tolerate the way you're behaving.
No.
Well, tell everyone you're doing a charity gap year.
No.
Can't be fucking serious.
Run away.
I'm not paying for you to F around and party at college, to go on road trips. If you're not grown enough for a privilege like this, then we'll wait till you are.
Grab his gun.
There's closer schools. I need to get back on shift. Tell those two it's time to leave.
You can't do this!
Now! Kid, you are breaking my heart.
Well, you broke mine.
You leaving tomorrow?
Yeah?
If I find you at that party, and I will find that party, you'll spend 24 hours in detention. I promise you that. You'll be walking to New York. Now,
Well, then, you better
get out
hope
of my
you
house.
catch me. Fucking prick.
You promised you'd go to Camille Cole's party.
What?
You promised! It'll ruin my soundtrack.
Okay.
I'm fucking grounded.
Sneak out.
I wouldn't have to sneak out if you weren't leaving.
Whatever, man. Just be there.
Cass! Now!
Let's give her a little grace.
No.
I think it's time to
I had
burn it
every
down.
song planned out. We are supposed to be listening to Swans now. This is no time for Swans.
It's not.
Fuck. My soundtrack is unraveling. I'll need to improvise. As we continue our mission for booze on the way to Camille Cole's party,
How did
I require
her dad
something
have
that
the
fills
lighter if the
every
lighter was
possible spectrum
there?
of sound, causing the brain to super aneurysm and explode and die. I feel nothing but rage. This is Love by the Smashing Pumpkins.
Wait. How did were there two lighters? It fell out in the flashback and he picked it up before today. Okay. I wasn't sure if the game was trying to say that Rockford had narked. I wasn't sure. Okay. How much of the game is left? How many more chapters? Less than an hour. Okay, I might finish it tomorrow. 1 hour tops. Okay. I think I'm going to finish it tomorrow. Tomorrow is good. Okay. That was a good... Well, I feel like that kind of... I feel like it's a what's going to happen next moment, because Cassandra is faced with the reality that she has to burn her house down to tell to tell her dad to go fuck himself. And we're at a bit of a climatic point. Yeah, a TP, a turning point. Here's the fake Jurassic Park boat
You're
ride.
about to ride the Jurassic Jungle Boat Ride, which is a notorious Pigeon Forge tourist trap. Let's check it out. This is a disaster. They have like these mannequins
God damn it, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
It up here, like there's always people waiting. Definitely giving a couple of things. Yep. Thank you. Are you excited?
Very excited.
It's taking a decade just to get through the front door. What is going on?
This is ancient. Fake mannequins to trick people into thinking it's popular is crazy.
Oh, Jesus, God! Holy cow!
It just doesn't
Oh my
stop.
God, he's like right on us! Holy cow, joke about jump scare.
This is so dark on that side.
Oh, look at these tiny guys.
There is something so charming about these old school type rides.
Above us.
I've been on this, it sucks.
He's got a kid! He's got a kid in his...
Okay, never mind.
He's literally holding a child.
Pause.
This guy's got like a broken neck. Oh, God! Oh, Jesus! Oh, that's nasty.
This mixtape game looks like TikTok.
Wait, is he alright? Oh, God, he's right there. Oh, look at his little hands move.
These look so goofy.
Oh, what is he, kneading dough? It's like a baker. What is that? Oh, there he is. Crocodile? What is that?
That was very scary, and it was dark and
Wait,
slow
that's
moving.
silly.
It was awesome. Is it worth the $62? Well, it's only $20 for an adult. It's worth $20 to me. The whole family, I don't know.
You know what? I'll go on it. Okay, yes. If Haas is asked if he can make a better ride, he can make a better ride. But, you know, there's something charming about something that's so... such a piece of shit like that. Sorry for the jump scare, but I can't wait for her inevitable response. Oh my God. You know what? I'm gonna say this tomorrow because I want to talk more shit on Chris Brown tomorrow, per usual. All right. Who is a streaming on Riverboat Jack? Riverboat Jack. Is Will done streaming?
The tribe has spoken.
William. Just another day. Just another day. Riverboat Jack is what Titanic ended on. That's silly. Okay. I will see you all tomorrow. See you all. Oh, wait. I was going to hear a sad Asian girl song. Or sad Wasian girl song. This is a classic. Driver's License by Olivia Rodrigo.
Got my driver's license
A classic.
last week, just like we always
Good night.
talked about. Cause you were so excited for me to finally drive up to your house. But today I drove through the suburbs crying cause you weren't around. And you're probably with that blonde girl who always made me doubt. She's so much older